I'm going to keep on grinding. I'm going to keep on pushing. I'm going to keep on hustling. I'm going to keep on sipping through the lies. Niggas pushing, then the side. Niggas pushing, I'm a side. But I'm gonna bring them back to the dog. That's where we create the lie. I'm going to keep on grinding. I'm going to keep on pushing. I'm going to keep on hustling. I'm going to keep on sipping through the lies. Niggas pushing, then the side. Niggas pushing, I'm a side. But I'm gonna bring them back to the dog. That's where we create the lie. I got a big amount of matrix. I feel like Neo. Better yet, I feel like Jimmy. Cause every time I kill myself, I confuse myself. The only competition is a man in the mirror. A lot of these niggas don't wanna be delivered, but it's all good, I can make you believe it. Better yet, just go do your research. Just go get your info. Just go build your knowledge. That shit about edification. That shit about real education. I ain't got time to waste. Niggas out here spending time. I ain't got time to waste. Niggas out here spending time, but I ain't got time. I'm gonna keep on grinding. I'm gonna keep on pushing. I'm gonna keep on hustling. I'm gonna keep on sitting through the lines. Niggas pushing, genocide. Niggas pushing, homicide. But I'm gonna bring them back to the dog. That's where we create the lie.
How far y'all had to send some share it? Shut it live real quick. Peace, love, and life.
Niggas pushing genocide, niggas pushing homicide, but I'm gonna bring them back to the dog.
We late tonight.
Create the lie. Hold on, wait. I gotta tell you,
I can't waste time. Cause time is the only thing we got. Time could be a whole illusion. Sit still like Buddha.
I ain't really got time
to fusion.
I ain't really got time.
The confusion.
I'm just coming through. I'm just
trying to just use it.
Hold up, wait. We just gotta use each other for the better plan, for the better plan, for the better work. But
I don't really see it in the summertime, in the Civil War, yeah, it's unrest.
But it's all good. I swear it's all good. I'ma still get it, I'ma still put on. I'ma do me, I'ma still get it. I'm gonna keep on grinding. I'm gonna keep on pushing. I'm gonna keep on hustling. I'm gonna keep on sitting through the lines. Niggas pushing genocide. Niggas pushing homicide. And I'm gonna bring them back to the dog. That's where we create the lie. I'm gonna keep on grinding. I'm gonna keep on pushing. I'm gonna keep on hustling. I'm gonna keep on sitting through the lines. Niggas pushing genocide. Niggas pushing homicide. But I'm gonna bring them back to the dog. That's where we create the lie.
Peace. I got started late tonight, but that ain't gonna throw us off the mission. Coming back with part 2 of the mud flood. Before we get started, if you got somebody that's supporting you, you got somebody that's in your corner, give them their rose while they still here. Be in the attitude of gratitude and spread love, always, all right? Be thankful for everything you got. Be thankful for everything you're going through. Be thankful for what you becoming. Be in a state of gratitude. So that's how I like to start off every live, just being appreciative, just being thankful for you all, and just being able to be here and show love and express myself and my genuine self, higher self, lower self, and all of self. So we here, get it in. Get it in. So I just gotta cleanse the air. We finna get right. Finna do the thing. So, all right, y'all. If you got your cigar, you got your drink, you got your veggies, your fruit, whatever you need, go ahead and get it in. Cause it's a good time. We're gonna be on for a little bit tonight. All right, we're gonna be on for a little bit longer than usual. So we're gonna get it in, man. We're gonna get it in. All right. Let me pull up my books. Let me grab my books. Let me grab what I need real quick. So, as y'all see the title, man, it is Noah's Flood versus the Mud Floods, Part 2. All right, it's Part 2 because we went in earlier today and started doing the background on why the flood came. And then from doing the background on why the flood came, we could identify the first civilization before the flood. And we was making comparisons with that. And right now, let me say it like this. We are in the Christianity or the biblical spirituality or religion. All right. A lot of people don't know Christianity religion, but the Bible is a spiritual book. Okay. So that's what spirituality we in. Every 30 days, we diving into a new spirituality. I don't know how long this is going to go. We just going to keep going and keep going. All right. And break these things down. All right. Because we got a lot of spiritual people out here, myself included. And we got to know why we so spiritual and where our thanks and our blessings are going. All right. So to jump back to where I just left off, we tied that in back to the first civilization that also had a witness from the flood, which is Gilgamesh. And that ancient civilization was the Sumerians or Sumer or Mesopotamia, which according to Google, all right, is the oldest civilization. All right. We all know that why I like to use Google, because I like to use the lie to bring out the truth. Okay. That's what I love to do. All right. So that's what we went over. And then we also got a landmark. Let me get the actual colonial Bible. All right. We actually got a landmark. My poor little Bible for the fall apart. But we got a landmark as well that's giving us the possibility. Atlanteans. What's up, Atlanteans? All right. Peace, love, and life. All right. That also gave us, and we can go back. I'm glad he said Atlanteans, because we also gonna come here. I didn't really want to go into it, but just because it was brought up tonight, shalom, peace, peace. All right. Just because it was brought up tonight, we gonna see actually what happened during the Great Flood and the Emerald Tablets, because it's not just the Sumerians, but if you got an ancient civilization that's older than the Sumerians, all right, and they said it was a great flood, and you got Gilgamesh from the oldest civilization that Google's giving us, saying that there was an ancient flood. And then we also got other biblical texts that saying there's an ancient flood. And then we come to find out with this whole Tartaria thing coming out, we talking about a great mud flood that don't nobody know when it happened, but they know it happened. They excavating cities, right? So that's what we diving into today. All right, with the green screen, I might be able to put some pictures up here. It's gonna be hard. I ain't gonna lie. What I actually might do is do a post, like an actual post where I actually put the pictures together and everything, and then compare the actual tool with a visual representation of pictures and put it as a post, and then post it on my TikTok and my YouTube. All right. If you didn't see the first two videos on the book of Adam and Eve and then Cain and Abel leading up to this, they on my YouTube channel. Y'all can go check that out. All right, so let's get it in. Like I said, you got your smoke, you got your drink, you got your vegans, you got your fruits, your veggies, whatever you do when you chill and you vibing, go ahead and get it, because we getting it in. All right. So where we left off was gopher wood. Gopher wood. What is gopher wood? Gopher wood is important when we talking about the Christianity spirituality or the biblical spirituality when it's according to scripture, because what we have here is a landmark right now. Okay, we have a landmark, Florida wood, exactly. Okay, so we have a landmark. Okay, this is big. Okay, because now when they try to flip the map and flip things, they cannot flip certain floral and life forms that is indigenous to certain lands. They cannot do it. Okay, now let's look where this gopher wood is from. And this is what we got to also understand about gopher wood. Is an endangered sub-canopy tree of yew and family, of the yew family, excuse me. that word in danger, I had dropped a download or just meditating in the spirit on endangered. Everything pre-flood is endangered or does not exist anymore. Let me say it again. Everything pre-flood is endangered or don't exist anymore. There's a few things out here still pre-flood, okay, pre-reset. You got gopher wood right in front of your face. We got gopher wood right in front of our face. How do we know that this can hold some type of truth if we taking an educated guess, right? If we taking an educated guess, why is all of a sudden Egypt in America now? Why is this light coming out, right? A lot of people was making the comparison, but now it's taking a whirlwind with new research that's coming out. All right, now you good? Do you believe in Yeshua and keeping the commandments and eating kosher? Just want to know if you believe the same. But I mean, man, how can I put this? I believe in the Most High, the source of all things. Okay? I tap into the source. I understand what source says when he say believe in my son and my son is the way. I get that. That's big bro. I understand authority. But when I look at this thing as a whole, from a spirituality point, I think of it in a form of Enoch. I think of it in a form of Moses. I think of it in a form of Yeshua. I'm trying to tap into source. One thing, if I get condemned for wanting to tap into source directly, right, then I'm okay with that. I'll be honest with you. But if I get authority, but I'm trying to tap into source. All right? So that's where I'm at with it, to be completely honest. That's like I got the parable came in my head, or the vision that came in my head, that why I said it like that is for everybody that's been out there, if you've been in the streets or whatever, right? Say you trying to get something, right? Get whatever off the streets. You pay, say you got the plug sitting next to you, the source of what you're trying to get. But you go pay another dude across town, and then you go get the stuff that you wanted from the guy in the first place across the other side of town. So you done made 2 long blank trips when you could have just talked to the dude next to you and got it from source. And he the same one that's gonna take the money from the guy you got it from across town, and the same one that just gave it to the girl that you went and picked it up to from across town. So I hope that, because we do that a lot with these spiritualities. We tapping into a lot of things and tools, but we're not tapping into straight source as the tool. What about no one comes to the Father but by me? I get it. I get that. That was prophesied in the book of Adam and Eve. So I understand why that is even said in the first place. You get what I'm saying? So I get it. I get it. But like I said, my relationship is different. So, like I said, my relationship is different. That's just on me though. That's my personal relationship. Okay? So, but let's dive in, right? I don't want to get off subject. Watch out. Come on. Go. All right? So that's why I say that, man. I wanna mimic our forefathers. I don't wanna get caught up in the herd of things. And a lot of us get caught up in the herd because people make it look good. And if you were here for like the first couple lives, we went into how Satan was manipulating people and making it look good for people. Not only that, coming in the light, in the image of the angels and different things like that, because he was one. Exactly. Different things resonate with different people. I appreciate the question though, Mickey. Y'all give me just a second, all right? Sorry about that, y'all. We probably lost a couple viewers, but it's all good. It's meant for who it's meant for. All right. So, as you said, different things resonate with different people. All right. And everybody is, you know, they have their different viewpoints, and then some get caught in the herd. So I'm just not trying to be the one that's getting caught in the herd. That's all. But I don't blame the ones that's going by the book either. All right. So we got Gopher Wood that's giving us a landmark for the flood. Right? Now, let's get another landmark from a different, what happened to 10. I know, man, my fault. I knew somebody was going to say something. I was trying to get a setup where I can show y'all the pictures of the mud flood and everything, but it wasn't working for me. So I said, before I go back on any time, let me get on here. And then what I'm going to do is make a post, and I'm going to put the post up and with all the pictures how I want to and explain the pictures. Do the whole cap cut thing, and I want to explain it, so it's gonna be longer than 3 minutes. So I want to do about a 5 to 10 minute video that really get in detail, how can I say it, doing an overview of what we talking about in the live. So I do apologize to the 1010. That does show me y'all in tune, y'all on it, y'all waiting. I appreciate the love, I really do. Hey, that's it, Atlantean, the search for the truth. That's what we got in common. So I appreciate it, man. I know you hear me, man. I appreciate it. So, but we ain't gonna let it happen again. We gonna try to get on point. So, all right. So, I want to just jump real quick and make a quick shift to the Emerald Tablets, because Atlantean said something, right, about Atlantis, Turtle Island. And he also said something about Thoth, okay? Now let me get in this real quick. I gotta find it because I ain't been in this book in a while. And I used to read it every day for a while. So let me see. Woo, 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 woo. All right, this is the knowledge and the wisdom. I gotta get to the halls of Amenti, all right? Now it says, man, I'm looking for it, but I'm gonna go over it. It says in the halls of Amenti, where the dweller lies, all right? Thoth and his followers also went in an ark-style ship, or a vessel. And when the waters came in on Atlantis, or the island, they came from the west to the barbarians in the east toward the sun. So what is that telling us? They are coming, right? They went to Egypt. They said Egypt to the barbarians, all right? That's what they said. According to him, well, let me make sure. Let me get it right. As y'all know, if y'all been in my last couple lives, I don't like to say things, and that ain't really what it is. All right, that's keys to magic, so I passed it. All right, boom. Boom, boom. Y'all give me a second, because it's been a minute since I read this book. I should have had it ready, but he kind of threw me off with that, and I wanted to get into it. Alright, that ain't it. Let me get in. Alright, bam. Here we go. Boom, I found it. I knew it wasn't going to take long. Alright, muscle memory. Alright. It says, gathered I then my people and entered the great ship of the master. Upward we rose into the morning. Dark beneath us lay the temple. Suddenly over it rose the waters. Right? Hairy barbarians. Thank you. All right. Vanished. Rose the waters. Vanished from the earth until the time appointed was the great temple. All right. All right. So let's get into the landmark of where things were when this was going on for them to be fleeing. It says, fast we flew toward the sun of the morning. Where's the sun of the morning? It tells us that in the book of Enoch, and then you can go outside and see where the sun rises in the morning. So now you got two confirmations on where the sun is, and where is that? It's rising east. So they are coming from where? The what? The what? The west. And what is west of the children of Kim or the land of Kim. What was Egypt? They like to say what was Egypt before it was named Egypt. It was what? Kemet. So the children of Kim are the children of Kemet. And my question is now, is Kemet and Egypt the same thing? All right. It says, until beneath us lay the land of the children of Kim. So now where are they? They're in Kim, in Africa somewhere. Now we got Kim. It wasn't Egypt, it was Kim. All right. Raging they came with spears lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis. Then I raised my staff. Ooh. Where else do we hear that in, right? Then I raised my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone of the mountain. Then I spoke to them in words calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis, saying, we are children of the sun and its messengers. But see, a lot of people gonna think that's polytheistic when we talking about Thoth. Thoth wasn't polytheistic though. Thoth, when he said we are children of the sun, he was talking about the children of the light. We're not talking about sunlight though. That's just to help you put things in representation, to give you an idea, to help your imagination. But when he said children of the sun, he's talking about children of the light, light bodies. Well, he done turned his duets off. I was gonna say, man, this is one guy that I've been wanting to duet, but he been turning it off because he know he been spitting fire out here, one of the elders on the app, and I've been wanting to share him, but I can't. I might just have to start screen recording my man and putting the info on here because he bring it all together. All right, he bring it all together, but he teaching on the end times. I had to come for the beginning, but we got to know where we came from it to understand and to understand where we are going and who we are. Right? It's so important. Okay, so now we got biblical text, right, out the colonial Bible. We got something out of the Emerald tablets, right, the book of Thoth. And now we also got something out of the Tales of Gilgamesh, who was the king of Sumeria, right? And all of these things was prophesied by this, according to this spirituality, by Adam, who was the first man according to this spirituality. Our purpose is to become a son on the cycle above. All right. All right. So we see now we got landmarks, guys. We got landmarks, ladies. We got landmarks, guys and goddesses. I got you, love. I'm going to go back over it just for you. All right? Because I know you've been with me on this ride. Okay? So we talking about the flood now. All right? And what we're doing, we're going to compare Noah's flood with the mud flood and all the other ancient floods. And we're going to see how everything, all this stuff coming together. All right? Y'all excuse the noise in the background. That's my dog playing with his chew toy. All right? So what we seeing here, we just compared the flood of biblical flood. We got a biblical flood going on, right? That's according to colonial Bible, the scriptures that they give you to read. All right? Then you got to go do your research on the apocryphal text, and we get the what? We get the book of Jasher that's explaining the flood. Then we get the book of Enoch that's prophesying, and the book of Adam and Eve, both books that's prophesying about the flood. Then we went into the Emerald tablets of Thoth, and we just read on how the waters rose above Atlantis in the dweller in the temple of Amentes, or the halls of Amentes, right? And then we came back to Sumeria, which according to Google is the oldest civilization in the world. And according to their king Gilgamesh, it rained for 40 days and 40 nights as he took what? Shelter. So now we have not only that, with the theory, the mud flood theory, I'm going to say a theory, right? Because we want it to be tested, because we want to test things right over time. Mud flood theory in Tartaria and these underground cities. These underground cities was not built underground. No, these underground cities were buried underground. I'm going to show you how this reflects in time. Now, all right, I'm going to just show you something. All right, this is just a comparison and an educated guess. Okay? We see the great flood happen. Now, my question is, why were certain cities flooded in America? Why were certain cities flooded in America? Why were certain towns flooded in America? That was a representation of something. I'm just throw that out there. That was a representation and a reflection of something. That was someone else trying to recreate something that happened to their ancestors in the spirit and in the physical. All right? Because we got to remember, it was a seed that God was destroying all of man, because everybody was evil. Okay? How do we know that everybody was evil? It's not according to me, it's according to Scripture. All right? It says boo, boo, boo. All right. Because I want to give y'all this reference real quick so we understand who the sons of God are. It say, and it came to pass when man began to multiply on the face of the earth, and the daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that were fair, and they took them wives of all they chose. All right. Then it skipped down a little bit more. They were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, and the same became mighty men, which were of old, and men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of the man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. All right? So let's go right back to book reference, right from the book, and let's get back into the book of Adam and Eve, because I got to go over this real quick. I ain't going to spend a lot of time on it. All right, I ain't going to spend a lot of time on it. I'm trying to find the passage. Give me a second, because we got to understand who the children of God are, so we can see who the sons of God are. All right? Because amongst children, that means daughter and son. Just because they don't say daughter don't mean we ain't talking about both. All right? All right, boom. All right, boom. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. I say. All right, so it says, but Seth and his children dwelt northwards upon the mountain of the cave of treasures in order to be near their father Adam. And Seth the elder, tall and good with a fine soul and of a strong mind, stood at the head of his people, tended to them in innocence, patient, meekness, and did not allow one of them to go down to Cain's children. But because of their own purity, they were named the children of God. All right, so when we come back to BIBLE colonial boy, which this Genesis don't got that in there, and we see the sons of God. Who would be considered the sons of God? The sons of God would be in the mix of the children of God, right or wrong? It's just not me. It's not me. Okay, I don't want y'all to think I'm making up something. Okay, so we got the children of God, and we know who the seed of the children of God is. Okay, they like the singing, psalms, dancing, and praising the Most High with the angels, to the point where they could see Eden above them, confirming that Eden is not part of the earth, but another dimension. You have to go through a portal or a gate to get to. Hint on hint, why they have CERN, they looking for the stargates and all this other stuff. All right, our doors. Okay, so now we got that. So now we see why the earth was destroyed according to this religion, or in this spirituality, on why the earth was destroyed with water. Okay, and we know one of those civilizations could have been the ancient civilization of Sumeria, right? Because they were committing iniquity. What is iniquity? Iniquity is going against what's good or teaching against what's good. Let me get it for you. All right. Iniquity is to bend or distort what is good. Okay. So the Most High law, the Most High principles is what's good, and then recognizing the Most High and thanking the Most High for doing these things for thou. But when you distort that and you start to break things and fracture the relationship with the Most High, which is transgression, because you distorting the information and giving it to people the wrong way. All right. So this is what's going on pre-flood. Okay, this is what the people are doing, and the children of God that came down the mountain from being called the children of God to now mating with the sons of Cain and the daughters of Cain. And they created giants, men of renown and of old, and mighty men which were of old and men of renown. How can we relate this back in 2023? We just got done watching the finals. We just watched giants play basketball with a couple short guys. But they're giants. We think that a giant got to be 10 feet plus or something. No, these people are giant to us. Okay? Some of these people is feet over. Some of us out here 5'7", 5'8". The average height is like 5'7", 5'8". And you got somebody that's 7 feet, he's a giant. She's a giant to this person. It's not, we got to remember, tricknology is to what? It's the science of deceiving, and they're going to deceive how you think in your imagination. That's why it says in the book, it says what was so wicked, right? What was so wicked? Okay, let's get down here. What was so wicked? Boom, boom. Okay, and God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. So we see what's being attacked, imagination and thought, because that's going to affect the heart. What is imagination and thought? That's your third eye chakra. Let me break down another. We're going to go into some other stuff real quick, but that's your third eye chakra. Your heart. That's your heart chakra. If you get controlled by these two things, it ain't looking too hot for you. Okay? So we see what's going on here. All right? I ain't even really want to bring that in, but I just want to make a comparison to some other people that might be in the live that ain't really on top of their biblical thing. All right? So we see why now the earth had to be destroyed. All right, boom. All right, just want to go over that real quick. Now, let's get to we got to our landmarks, Gopherwood. Okay? So now we have confirmation, and we can put educated guesses together and say that the flood was what? A great possibility. A great possibility according to this spirituality, and looking across the board from the information that we've gathered, whether we think it's a lie or we think it's the truth, they're connected. Okay? Because it would make sense that if this is the subcanopy tree before the flood, that it would be in danger, right or wrong. It would be in danger. A lot of them might have didn't make it during the flood, the species. But some of them survived, according looking at this. All right. Now, let's keep it going. Okay? Let's keep it going. Now, just like Thoth did, just like Thoth got in the vessel and got upward and got up out of there, so did Noah. So did Noah. He built an ark, a vessel, a refuge out of gopher wood. Okay? And then it go into how to fill it and the clean meats and all those different things. All right? You ain't got to get caught up on there too much. Okay? So we see why the floods came about. Now I'm gonna go in and get these pictures of mud floods real quick. And we're gonna put some things in perspective. All right. I'm gonna see mud flood pictures. All right. Boom. All right, so Right here in the mud flood, as I was gathering pictures, did you know those stones over there they got, I believe, in Easter Island and over there, they was underneath the earth. They had to dig those out the earth. Okay? They had to dig those out the earth. All right? If you've seen some of the buildings in San Francisco, all right? You got a picture here. The buildings in San Francisco, they have a whole city under them. They have underground cities in Chicago, New York, a lot of your major cities. They want you to believe that the elites was building this. No, these was already here, and these people were moving into these cities underground. These cities were buried on top of. These cities were flooded. Okay? What's another one we got here? Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. Let's go. Not only that, some of the things they put under the water, but then we got cities under the water. Right? We got cities under the water. Some of the stones and stuff they don't put down there. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Some of the stones and stuff they don't put down there, trying to make it seem like an underwater amusement park or something. But some of those cities was already down there. I'm just putting y'all on game. Or was washed off the shore once these cities start going down. All right. So y'all can go on here if you in front of your computer, or if you got access to another phone. You can easily Google mud flood theory, Tartaria, and start to see the different images. Not only that, you can see what a mud flood looks and the flood looks in real time. See a lot of times, I know for a while, my imagination when it said flood, I'm thinking blue waters. But then I had to think about it, right? Then I had to think about it. And then when I came back to this book in this particular parable right here, when it says that when God was talking about destroy them, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. And then I had to put two and two together. We got a flood, and then we got the Most High saying earth. So water and earth come together make what? Mud. So now I'm like, okay, some things are starting to tie together here, because it could have been easily said, I will destroy them with the water, or with the sea. But it didn't. It said the earth. And we know that the earth, right, is a name for land, according to scripture. All right. The earth is not the name of the planet. The earth is the name of the land. All right. The land, the body of land building and separating itself from the waters is called earth. Okay? According to the generations of earth, the heavens and the earth. All right? Meaning the sky and the land. Cosmic and terrestrial. Okay? All right, so if y'all want to do that, y'all can go ahead and Google that. Another reference I'm going to give y'all right now is the Joe Rogan's podcast. Let me pull that up real quick so I can give y'all the exact one. See, you got to hit on different people, and he had some guests on there that went in and explained went more in detail about the flood. All right. I want to make sure I grab the right one so y'all can go. Y'all can get to it. All right. Yeah. No, that ain't it. All right. All right, boom. Go back. So you type in Joe Rogan, talks about red bricks and mud flood. Let's see if this is it. Woo, woo. Nah, these ain't nothing but the shorts. All right. I gotta find the actual video. All right, so we gotta get on. Don't let these people fool you. Be like, oh, he be watching YouTube videos and all. Man, you better get the information how you supposed to get the information. Stop thinking you gotta read everything and there's other people out here doing the same research that you doing and they're further along. Why wouldn't you get on with them? Don't let nobody else talk you out of doing research your way. Everybody do not learn the same. Some people are visual learners. Some people got to hear it. Some people are hands-on. Some people are all three to really understand it. All right? So don't be shy about the information. Think you got to always read a book. Stay on YouTube University, stay on TikTok University, and get the information from the people that's doing the research. And then come out and share the information. All right? So, let's see. All right, let me do it like this. All right, boom, there we go. Joe Rogan is the title of it is Joe Rogan overwhelmed by evidence for a worldwide flood. Worldwide flood, okay? It got 1.1 million views and it was made 3 years ago. All right? So we got other people that's doing these studies and doing this work. Go get the information and listen. And then not only that, then you get in your book and then you start comparing it to what's really going on out here. Okay? Remember, we do scholarship not just in books, but we do scholarship with all information that is provided. Okay? Because we know according to universal law, all truths are nothing but half truths. So we already going in with a spirit of discernment. Okay? We already going there with a spirit of discernment. I'm going to get what I need so I can go ahead and build upon precept upon precept, principle upon principle, law upon law, scripture upon scripture, text upon text. We think we just supposed to deal precept upon precept in just one book. No, precept upon precept and all the information that's been collected. But you got to use discernment. Because if it lead us back to something, that's okay. But we got to make sure that it's supposed to be leading us back to this or we getting towards this. It's either one of the two. All right, because ain't nothing new under the sun. All right, so I got that for y'all. So y'all can go check that out. Check that video out, please. It's only 20 minutes. It's only 20 minutes. It's going to break down the patterns and everything of the land and the landscape so you can understand how much of reality this really is. We already gave our ancient realities, our ancient confirmations, right? We got Thoth, we got Sumeria, we got the Noah in biblical text, and we got the mud flood theory in the Tartarians. So we got 4 confirmations that this is a possibility with experts doing the research. All right? Don't be shy of information because these other people don't want they say they did is this and is that. Look, you can question me. I want you to go out here and do the due diligence yourself and use your discernment yourself so it can resonate with you internally. Okay? Because some things can't resonate with you internally just by me saying it. Okay? All right. So, mud flood. Anybody got any questions real quick? Any questions real quick? Y'all caught me slipping with it. They caught me slipping with the 10-10. I just scrolled up on the comments and seen it again. Caught me slipping. All right, so we ain't got no questions, man. I'm gonna go ahead and go into the next thing, which is the book of Jasher. I'm not gonna go all the way in, but we're gonna go into the book of Jasher for a little bit. All right, the book of Jasher. Then we also, but before we go into the book of Jasher, let's keep talking about this these landmarks, because I think these landmarks are important, and I think we gotta start coming to the truth that everything has been manipulated to deceive us. Even the maps that we think are real, even our cardinal directions. Even time has been manipulated to the point where years have, I'm talking about years, thousands, we even say millions and billions and trillions of years that have been added on to the timeline, okay? To throw us off once we start to awaken and rise again from the fall, okay? So how do we know this, all right? I had to think about myself. I say, well, how do you classify something as being trillions, billions, or million years old, right? Matter of fact, let's Google it, because I know Google classification, all right? Because I know they do it by the rock and the sediments and all that, right? At least that's what they told me when I was in school. All right, so that's the thing I was sitting there thinking about, but I ain't really get to meditate on it, right? So we can just pull it up now, all right? All right. All right. So even when you sit here and explore and you start doing your research, it say a million years is called the meganum, which is often abbreviated as ma. This term comes from the word parts mega, which means huge, ennium, which means years. Some researchers also call it a mega year. I'm just reading. Y'all let me know if this stuff is making sense, okay? Y'all understand what a mega year is. That's a million years. It's a mega year, according to Google. 2 million years is the geological eras. The Cenozoic is divided into Tertiary from 65 million years ago until 2 million years ago. What is this? I don't even know what this is. Let me get somebody in geography. Y'all come help me out. Y'all come help me out. Because I'm looking up this million years in astrology, geology, and paleontology. Maya is an acronym for million years ago. I'm just keep looking at y'all like this because obviously something ain't adding up with this million years thing. I'm just doing this. Let's go. Let me type something else. How is the Earth? How is the world or the Earth? How is the Earth a million years old? That's what I'm gonna put. How is the Earth understanding. So now we see how his understanding got increased. And from his understanding getting increased, he learned how to bend iron and make weapons of war. It didn't just say swords. It said weapons of war. Weapons of war. So when we get into this advanced technology, is it possible? It's possible because it ain't just saying swords. It ain't saying, all right, man. We living in the time before the flood right now, and ain't nothing new under the sun. So you tell me what a gun is. Is it new or is it old? They say the Glock, new Glock, whatever. The boy old. All right. So we see what was going on. Okay. And then what was more even, this was the grossest thing. And this is why I said when it was saying about the grossest wickedness and it was saying lust. Now we finna go into, this is the distinction how it was more than just sexual desires going on. Okay. It says, then sin increased among them greatly, meaning there wasn't nobody getting the mark. It was terrible. It was only the three. Until a man married his own sister. Well, you was not hitting the goal with that, boy. Our daughter. Oh, boy, you nasty. Our mother, what are you doing? But it's people out here today that's still doing that, right or wrong. Right or wrong. That's the crazy part. And others are the daughter of his father's sister. What? So that there was no more distinction of relationship. And they no longer knew what is iniquity, but did wickedly, and the earth was defiled with sin, and they angered God, the judge who had created them. He was mad because they knew of who he was. You feel what I'm saying? He's mad because they knew of who he was, and they let somebody else start to teach them things and furtherly increase them from hitting the mark or hitting the goal. All right. So that's what's going on in your Sumerian civilization. That's what's going on. We see it now. All right. We see it. All right. So we see it, guys. Okay. So we got that out the way. That was pretty much the catch up, as in understanding what these people were doing, connected into what they call the first civilization to an ancient civilization, which is called Atlantis, in the 3 times great Thoth. Then you got Noah in the colonial Bible that we compared it to. So we got all these different ways where we're coming up basically with the same answer, but it's giving us different lights with missing pieces, and we're filling in those pieces. We filling in those voids. All right? We not in the void no more, man. We coming up out that boy. We climbing up out the rabbit hole. I ain't going down the rabbit hole no more, boy. We climbing up out that boy. All right, they want you to be in Alice in Wonderland. That's why they want you down the rabbit hole. Red pill or blue pill. You trying to follow the white rabbit like Neo, and you getting caught in Alice in Wonderland. And you got to come back to reality. All right. So, whoo, Noah. All right, so boom. All right, so let's get back to it. Boom, let's get back to it. Now, we on Noah. We understand why the flood came. We see what they was doing. We seen who was teaching them. According to the book of Adam and Eve, you can go to Josephus and he'll give you a whole other line of characters. But what was being taught is consistent. Okay? Now, we went into landmarks when we was in the Emerald Tablets. Landmarks. They said when the waters rose above the great temple, okay, they traveled what? Toward the sun of the morning. The sun of the morning is east, meaning they were in the west. They went to the land of Kim. Kemet, or land of Kim, obviously is in Africa. So meaning, what is westward of Africa, according to the map that they give us, is America. The Americas. So now, when we talking about Egypt and all these things, the first civilization, Atlantis, all this stuff, Turtle Island, now we seeing, we have a landmark. What is our other landmark that tells us that we can give an educated guess on saying that this might be have a little bit of truth to it, but besides just sticking to the universal law that all truths have truth. All right. Then we have gopher wood, or the Florida nutmeg. All right, which is an endangered sub-canopy tree, and it's only found in northern Florida and southwestern Georgia and sprinkled across North Carolina. So we got a landmark. Okay, we have a landmark now. We have a place where Noah went, got the wood to build the ark. Bombshell, I know, right? And all we doing is using Wikipedia. We ain't even got to go in no Library of Congress to find this stuff out. All right, we just putting some pieces together where they done messed up at. It's all good though. All right, so we see that. Now let's put this in perspective. If gopher wood is in this area that we just named, northern Florida, southwestern Georgia, and sprinkled across North Carolina, how far was the Cave of Treasures from this place? And caves usually are in mountains. And what mountains are in northern Florida and southwestern Georgia? Somebody help me out. If you in the area, there's going to be an alien invasion, just letting you know it's not a joke. Cool, then let it be. I ain't tripping. If it's alien coming, let them come. I'm not tripping about no alien. Nobody tripping about no aliens, but the people that's tripping about the aliens. We live in the Galactic Federation, man. Every spirituality tells you this. So if you haven't came up on that, I'm so sorry. I'm glad it's an alien invasion come. We need some new life down here. What's up? What's happening? We appreciate you. We appreciate you. We love it. I want some aliens to come down. Some Scott daddies to get down here. Some Scott mamas to get down here and say what's up to your boys and your girls and your gods and your goddesses. Feel me? It might just be me though. It might just be me though. All right. So, getting these landmarks, where can we say the Cave of Treasures are located? Just based on the landmarks that we have. We can give a great educated guess. Bring it. They're probably better vibes than most here. Exactly. So ain't nobody tripping about the aliens. Aliens can be another word for angels. If we just sticking to this spirituality. So we just, and it is what it is at the end of the day, man. A lot of this stuff coming to pass, and y'all, we got to get it together. All right. Appreciate that, Benny Keys, Arkansas. I like it. All right. I like it. Okay. So we can make an educated guess and say that there's a probability that the Cave of Treasures was in the Appalachian Mountains. The foothill of the Appalachian Mountains possibly as well. Okay? Some of your darkest soil grown in the world is right here in the Americas. In southeastern America, not just any part of America. Because some parts of America are clay, right or wrong. All right? All right? So, we seeing, and now people are saying the cradle of civilization was in the Americas. Their life started over here in the Americas. The Americas was the first people, and everybody migrated from Americas. Oh, really? Did y'all know that matches up with the biblical spirituality? The Tanakh, when you got all the scriptures in the Old Testament, they kind of line up together with some of the information that's starting to come to light here. Okay? Talking about Jerusalem over here, the whole map was flipped. Now it's starting, some of these things starting to come together because we are bringing out these landmarks now. Okay? So we got it. All right? So we got that. Okay? Now, let's get back into the deceitfulness of what's going on. Okay, the deceitfulness, because what was going on in Samaria or Sumer or Mesopotamia, or what was going on with the children of Cain during the time pre-flood, is very important. Because if those people were the first few people, that means they was on the earth for, if the earth wasn't that old, the earth was pretty fresh. And we saying they had to be on the earth for some millions of years if they was the first people. We was on here millions of years. So let's see how they come up with the conclusion that there are millions of years and that we possibly been here for millions of years. Let's see what we working with, okay? Let's get back into it. It says, by dating the rocks in Earth's ever-changing crust. All right, for y'all that was here for this, it says ever-changing. Where's the constant? Where's the independent variable in this? What doesn't need to be dependent? Because ever-changing, that means always changing. That can't be consistent if it's always changing. As well as rocks in Earth's neighbors, such as moon and visiting meteorites. NASA, when the last time y'all went into space? And this coming from space.com. When the last time them boys went into space? This the kicker though. Look at the kicker. This the kicker. You want the kicker? Watch this. With an error range of 50 million years. An error range? So you telling me without a consistent variable, without an independent variable, you're testing something or dating something by the rocks that's ever changing on Earth, and then his neighbors or their neighbors such as the moon and meteorites, but y'all ain't been to the moon since when? And then you gonna just sit here and tell me, oh, we got an error range of 50 million years. Well, you shouldn't have an error. This shouldn't be something we debating about. This shouldn't be something that has an error to it. The time that we've been here. 50 million? And then we on the earth 4.5 billion? Man, look, man, these people is outside their mind. Outside their mind. Because if you really in spirituality ain't giving you no dates on nothing. The trees, you out there in the trees and you doing the root work, the trees ain't giving you no dates on nothing. Until you cut that boy open, you count the rings to see how long the tree been alive. Then it's still alive because it's helping producing certain things, chopping up the wood and all that. Part 2, brother AB, man. Y'all gonna make me keep going back over it. I'm gonna have to keep going back over it. Cause y'all jumping in when we be trying to move over for the flood. So we in part 2, where we are coming back toward the gopher wood and the landmarks that's giving us clues of the possibility where civilization could have started according to the Christian spirituality. And right now, we are somewhere in the United States. Just being honest. Okay? Because based off, we did 3 confirmations of a flood. We did the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. All right? It said when they got into the great ship of the master, they rose above and beneath the lands below them turned dark, and the waters rose above the great temple, and they traveled west. They traveled toward the sun of the morning, meaning eastward, coming from the west into the land of Kim. What was Egypt before it was Egypt, it was called Kim or Kemet. Every Egyptologist will tell you that, meaning that Egypt wasn't its original name. So they might have copied somebody. Just throw that out there. Kemet, exactly, brother. So now we see Thoth and his people coming down. Okay, and now not only is they coming down to help teach them boys, they also told them they children of the light. Which light? Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, so here we go. That's one confirmation. and also a landmark from direction that which they coming to. The other confirmation, like we discussed earlier, and I know we did a little bit last night when you was here, we said we got the other confirmation from Gilgamesh, the king of Sumer, or the Mesopotamian Empire, that had to go and take refuge for 40 days and 40 nights. Okay, that's confirmation again. And now we got confirmation also in biblical text when it talks about the prophecies of the great flood with Noah. Okay? We can't get caught up in the names because names have changed. I know where you're going with it, brother. But we can't get caught up in the names because names change. We got to get caught up in the details. Okay? We got to get caught up in the details. All right? The landmark that was given to us in the Bible, the colonial Bible, not the one they give us to read, okay? The one they give us to read. The landmark was gopher wood. All right, or the Florida nutmeg. This is how we know there's a possibility of truth, because we know everything pre-flood is possibly not here no more, or what we call it endangered. So guess what the gopher wood is? This is a endangered sub-canopy tree. Endangered, meaning what? This life is in danger. It might not be here no more if we don't treat it well. And everything pre-flood ain't here or in danger. All right? All right? So I know we got different landmarks in different areas, but right now we're just going to stick with this spirituality. All right? We're going to get down to it. All right? Because it's different books. This is the thing about all of these spiritualities. I feel like my do-rag going to come off. But anyway, all right, with all these spiritualities, there are different books translated from different people, and their adverbs, nouns, adjectives change according to the way they have translated it and according to their bias and polarity at the time. So remember that as we're doing this. That's why I have a select books I'm coming from, because I don't got to come from everywhere. You can go follow the other person that want to try to come from everywhere. No, man, we sticking to the script. We're trying to get through these spiritualities. We're going to take the books that resonate for us, all right? Yeah, we're going to get into Revelation. That's going to be fun. Revelation is going to be fun because we actually get into the spirituality, as in a sense, the unseen. That's going to be a lot of fun, all right? What in the Rig Veda is called the non-existence and the existence happening simultaneously. All right? When we go to that whole creation story, that's going to be a lot of fun too. Okay? Because we're going to see a lot of these things matching up, and it's just literally using different words. That's it. All right? All right, so boom, we got the landmarks. And so from these landmarks that we have, we asked ourselves, right, where if Noah was the last one to dwell in the cave of treasures, and that's what Adam and Eve took shelter or refuge, or what the Most High gave them to take refuge or shelter in, because it makes sense. Let's take this back, okay? They say we cavemen and we come from caves. Okay, cool. All right, cool. But every truth, all truths are nothing but half truths. Okay, cool. We'll listen to that for real quick. We ain't gonna go with it, but we gonna listen. All right, we gonna listen. All right. Then we come back to this particular spirituality, and it's saying that when they were ejected or kicked out of the Garden of Eden, they needed a shelter. So if you ain't got nowhere to go, you out here with no clothes on, you out here looking crazy because you just got kicked out the club and you got beat up and you trying to find some shelter. All right. You're going to either go under a tree or find a cave-like structure, a covering, right or wrong, to protect you from what? The elements. So it's only natural to do this if you don't know how to build a house yet. All right? It's only natural to do these things. I don't care what skin color you are. It's only natural to look for refuge and protect yourself from the elements if you don't know how to build. One of those things is called a cave. Okay? Whether it's a cave in the mountain or a cave in a tree. You better find somewhere to protect yourself if you don't know how to build. Okay? No, not just humans in caves. We ain't talking about cavemen. All right, we talking about the treasure of caves. Okay? So so I just wanted to make that make sense real quick. Okay? Because I don't want you to think that just because people out here talking cavemen, you thinking of some barbaric. Yeah, it could be barbaric, but it's not barbaric in the sense of not learning and not understanding, in a sense, and having a relationship with something that had created you to be here in the first, not created you to be here, but created this place. So just in case you fail like you did, you got somewhere to go to redeem yourself. Okay? According to this spirituality. According to this spirituality. All right, so we got go for what? Now, from these landscapes, now we can say, okay, Noah was the last person in the treasure of caves where Adam dwelt. That's very important, okay? So now we can say that the cave, just an educated guess, was possibly in the Appalachian Mountains. Possibly, if we dealing in the Americas. In the Americas. Okay? Exactly. Adam was balling. Like, he was chilling. Like, he didn't pay no rent. He got gold, frankincense, myrrh. He chilling. Boy, eating good, big figs the size of watermelon. They chilling. Caves in the Appalachians. Exactly. In the Appalachian Mountains. How do we know it's in the Appalachian Mountains? Because they give us a hint right here. Boom. Okay, while exploring along the east side of the Apalachicola River, Chrome noted that the flora was quite different from elsewhere in the Tallahassee region. I stayed in Tallahassee before. I am an original Florida boy, and I'm not going nowhere. Believe me when I say this. Okay? Apalachicola River is coming from the Appalachian foothills, coming from the Appalachian Mountains. Okay? And that's the river that this tree, this foliage, comes from. Okay? I didn't make this stuff up. I just happen to be from Florida. That's it. I just happen to be from Florida. That's it. It's a pine. Okay? It's a yew or a cedar. All right? It's a mix, but it's not a true cedar. All righty? So now we can make an educated guess that the Cave of Treasures was possibly in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. Port Charlotte, what it do? All right, what it do? So is he the tree? No. He ain't the tree. All right, he ain't the tree. See, we gotta look at some of these things not in for a literal place, but I like to look at some of these things as clues. Right? Am I saying it wrong? I might be saying it wrong, man. It is what it is. All right. I apologize if I'm butchering the name of the Appalachian Mountains, however you pronounce it. All right. So I look at it as a clue, as a reference, it's many names. Thank you. I'm glad you got it. But I look at it as a reference, as a guide point, as a checkpoint. Somewhere to get me to somewhere else, to help me level up in my understanding of what's really going on here. All right. That's why I like to go by the landmarks, especially how we just combine a landmark from the Bible and then a landmark from the Emerald Tablets, and they could possibly be coming from the same place. All right, and it's possible that they be coming from the same place because they're doing this based off their cardinal directions, their Greco cardinal directions, and all this stuff, Greco-Roman and all this other stuff that they got, whatever Mag Dog and Gog and all these oohs and uhs and all these boys got going on out here. Okay, Greco-Roman cardinals, exactly. Appreciate it, brother. All right. So now we see this, and now why I wanted to go into the time thing is because of trigonometry. All right, and the reason why we putting all this stuff together is because of trigonometry. Because trigonometry is the science of what? Deceiving people. How? Through their imaginations and their thoughts, because that's how they affect their heart. Okay? That's how the heart is affected. Okay, so as we get back on here, all right, let's say by dating the rocks in the Earth's changing crust, as well as the rocks in its neighbors, such as the moon and visiting meteorites, scientists have calculated that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and y'all out here doing extreme mathematics off this stuff. People out here doing extreme mathematics off this stuff. I ain't saying that you're wrong, and I ain't saying that they right. Just be honest with you. I ain't saying that you're wrong, I ain't saying that they right. So at the end of the day, I get the extreme mathematics, but don't go too extreme, because these people can be lying to you about the mathematics and these numbers. Because they want you to think that all of this stuff, when we really living in an interdimensional place, that's why everything is eternal. Because it's interdimensional. Say it one more time. Eternal. Because it's interdimensional. All right? We dealing with any type of alien beings. They coming from different dimensions, not from outer space. They're using portals to come into this realm and using portals to go outside these realms. Stargates, gates, however you want to see it. That's why when Rashad Jamal talk about the portals, my dog wasn't too far off. Just being honest. Just being honest. And I ain't saying that he all the way right. But what I'm saying is there's truth, there's in every truth there's a half truth. All right? Exactly. Exactly. All right? So let's get into it. So now we see from space.com that we already debunked space.com and that the earth is, I don't like saying that word, debunked, but we putting holes in the stuff that they giving us. And this was published August 20th, 2021, so less than 5 years ago. Space.com, by dating the rocks of an ever-changing crust. So y'all dating something, or y'all testing something that does not have an independent variable or a constant. And you know, any scientist, any mathematician that's trying to figure out a formula, you got to have a constant. Right? You got to have dependent and independent variables. So you're telling me they dating rocks based off a dependent variable that has nothing to depend on, as well as rocks in Earth's neighbors, such as the moon, which we don't even know if they landed on the moon for real, and visiting meteorites. When NASA hasn't been to space when who knows when, and now they telling us the Earth is 4.54 billion years old with an error range of 50 million. That sounds like what? That sounds like what? A bunch of malarkey to me. But I'm just reading based off what they giving us. He said it in there. Constants and dependence. And ain't nothing constant or dependent going on in what space.com is giving us on how they're dating the Earth's ever-changing crust, like we pie. Exactly, blasphemy. Ever-changing crust, like we a deep dish. Not no deep dish. This ain't a pizza. These people out here playing games with us, man. Like real life playing games with us. Real life playing games, acting like we ain't gonna figure this stuff out and hold them accountable for everything they did. Come on, man. Stop playing. That's what we here for. We ain't here just to be on video games, trying to get the bad. Nah, boy. We here for all of this. We ain't here just to work and all of this, man. These people trying to fool us. Period. And we don't even come from the seed that like to work. You feel me? What if they died? Who, brother? Who? What if who died? What is it supposed to mean by ever changing? Crust. Great. Hey, that's a great Hey, who that is? Frederick? That's a great question, dog. Let's get into it. I'm going to highlight it, just like they got it highlighted. Ever-changing crust. Let's see what this means. Let's go ahead and Google ever-changing crust. Let's keep on Googling on Google. Ever-changing crust. Consistently changing. Primarily due to plate tectonics, plate motion, but it also changes from activity on the surface from river. From the surface of rivers, man-made and meteorite impact. Earth crust is consistently changing, and plate material is always being created in the... Wait. Ain't no way, boy. Y'all know. Well, if I could pause it and put that video up here with old boy saying, "Well, ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. Ain't no way that they just popped their own bowl." Frederick, appreciate the question, man. Let me repeat this. If you got your drink, you got your little vegan snack, your veggie snack, you got cigar smoke, however you get down, y'all go ahead and indulge because it's getting good. Google is debunking Google right now. Google is going against Google. Y'all, the people be talking about contradiction in the Bible. Look at the contradiction on Google. Man, that was a great question, Frederick. So we see what Earth crust is consistently changing, primarily due to plate tectonics, if there is a plate tectonic in motion. But it also changes from activity on the surface from a river, man-made and meteor impact. Man-made what? What are we man-making? That's affecting the dating of rocks. Earth crust is consistently changing, and plate material is always being created and destroyed. So how are you getting an accurate reading on dating something when something is continually being created and destroyed? Now, it didn't say continually. Let me say, it's always being created and destroyed. These people shout out. All right. We know, brother. I know you is, man. So, this is crazy. All right. So, these people really killing us. I ain't going to say killing us, but they really deceiving us out here with this technology. They not playing with us. We just seen. Let me go back to it. It say, by dating the Earth rock in Earth's ever-changing crust, as well as the Earth's neighbors, such as moons and visiting meteorites. Okay, that's what it said. And then we go say, well, what does ever-changing crust mean? It says ever-changing crust is changing primarily due to plate tectonics, plate motion, but is also changing from activity on the surface of river, man-made, and meteor impact. The Earth crust is consistently changing, and plate material is always being created and destroyed. All right, Google, great job on calling yourself out. Exactly, that's what I said. Now, that was a great question. Yeah, great question. Great question. Great question. Satan laws of gravity, that part. That part. Talking about gravity, and we dealing in magnetism and things that are attracting, that have relationship. See, the important thing about magnetism is magnetism requires a relationship. Anything that is divine requires a relationship. All right. So when we see this gravity, well, what relationship is gravity playing, and with what that makes sense in a common way? Let me say it like that. See how I said it? Making sense in a common way so it can be common sense. Common sense is stuff that you're supposed to have out here in society that really ain't nobody supposed to tell you. It's supposed to be common. It's supposed to be mutual among everybody. Okay? But that's why we always say, well, common sense ain't what it used to be. Everybody ain't got common sense. We done brought this to light for a reason. Okay? So we using basic common sense here. All right, basic common sense. Now, let's get into something. I want to see something, right? Hold on, let me see. Civilization with Anunnaki gods. I'm bringing something out here. Civilization with Anunnaki. gods, or spirituality, whatever. A civilization with Anunnaki gods. That's what I want. Oh my goodness. Y'all ready for this? Common sense ain't common no more. You said it. You said it. You said it. Are y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? We've been connecting the dots a lot. And I knew it was gonna come to this point. I knew it was gonna come to this point, but we must get here. Because when I was in school, I paid attention. I pay attention to what people say. You can't just tell me something and it ain't gonna, I'm gonna listen. I'm not gonna just hear you, I'm listening to you. Meaning I'm getting it, I'm receiving it, I'm digesting it, I'm consuming it, and then I'm gonna meditate on that boy. I'm not just gonna let you tell me something and then it's just gonna go in one ear and out the other. Unless I can't multitask. So if I ain't listening to you and I'm doing something, that means I hear you, but I'm not in tune to what you're saying. All right? So I try to give people my full attention every single time. So by me giving people my full attention, I find out stuff. So they say, guess who the Anunnaki? Anunnaki are a group of deities of the ancient Sumerian. You go Google again. It's not me. It's Google. I'm literally using Google on all this. It's not me. I know it's yummy. We go eat up. It says the Anunnaki are a group of deities, according to Wikipedia. This is even better. We ain't even gonna get into your deep Zacharias Sitchin and Dr. Z York books. We ain't even gonna get that far. We gonna stick to Google boy. Google got enough information, enough lies for us to find the truth in. Because we find truth in lies. They didn't tell you that part, did they? You find the truth in a lie. You don't find the truth in truth, because the truth is truth. All right, let's get it. The Anunnaki are a group of deities of the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians, in the earliest Sumerian writings about them. So, who were, let's go back. Now we go back to connect the dots. This is where the fun begins. This is where we start calling people out of their nonsense. Come on, the earth is the millions and millions of years old. Oh yeah? Sure? Okay. Why not? Why not? My fault, y'all. All right. It says the Sumerians originally practiced a polytheistic religion with anthropomorphic deities representing cosmic and terrestrial forces in their world. Exactly. Why do they want us to think it's oh so old though? That's the thing. Remember tricknology. Tricknology is what? Tricknology is what? The science of deceiving the people, right? And how are they deceiving the people? Let's go back into scripture now. Let's go back to Genesis chapter 6, why we had to get the flood in the first place, why we had to get it, right? Let's get back to it. It says what? It says what? The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. So how do they get us with tricknology? With our imagination, our thoughts, and that's how they changed our hearts. All right? If you want to deal with chakras, we talking about third eye chakra and heart chakra. And you can even say crown chakra as well when you get into thought. Or, like we said earlier, thoth. When we talk about the emerald tablets. I'm just combining some spiritualities right now. Even though we ain't get real deep into these things, we stand with the, right? We stand with the Christian spirituality. Okay? But I'm just putting things into context for you so you get it. Okay? So now let's go back. Let's go back. Let's see what the gods, who are the gods? Who are the, what was the polytheistic religion they had, and who is these anthropomorphic deities representing cosmic and terrestrial forces of their world? Let's see. The Anunnaki are a group of deities of the ancient Sumerians. Make sure I read it right. With anthropomorphic deities representing cosmic and terrestrial forces. Make sure I'm reading it right. Anunnaki is a cosmic. Hold on, let me click on Wikipedia before I know it's cosmic, but let me click on the clicky, the wiki. Y'all ready for this? Who? Wikipedia. Wiki. All right, wiki, wicked. You feel me? Wiki. All right, let's get it. Ooh, boy, they finna be mad at me, boy. They finna be mad with me. All right, so now let's see. It say the Anunnakis are a group of deities in the ancient Sumerian, Akkadians, and Assyrian, and Babylonian. All right, so now we have different cities, different civilizations. Okay, as we know from the scriptures that Cain, right, the Abel brother that slayed Abel, he had two cities that we know of. It was Nod and Enoch. Not including the things that Genon and the other brothers and stuff did. Okay? Because usually when you get people coming together, they start to what? Live together, and you living together, you create cities, villages, and so on and so on. So we got to remember that names can change. Just because they say they the Babylonians, Assyrians, Akkadians, and Sumerians, that don't mean that's what they really was. As in the names of them. But the practices and what they did is what's consistent, because that's what we see in the day and age we live in now. All right? That's what we see in the day and age we live in now. All right, let's go. And then you go and look at some of these civilizations, and nowadays it look like they went on underwater and had a rough time doing something. All right? But anyways, it says, in the earliest Sumerian writings about them, which come from the post-Akkadian period, the Anunnaki are deities in the pantheon, descendants of An and Ki, the god of the heavens and the goddess of the earth, and their primary functions was to decree the fates of humanity. What are y'all talking about? Right? All right. So, my fault, y'all. I gotta finish up something real quick. Y'all give me a second. All right. So, as we see here, it says deities in the pantheon. What is the pantheon? All right. I didn't even have to go back to it. Pantheon, religion. All right. Pantheon. See, we're gonna do it. All right. Pantheon is a particular set of all gods of an individual polytheistic religion, mythology, or tradition. Okay, thank you. All right. So it says it's a post-Akkadian period. The Anunnaki are deities, right? Descendants of An and Kai, the god of the heavens and goddess of earth. And their primary functions was to decree the fates of humanity. They should not be confused with the Apakalu. Who is the Apakalu? Let's see who that is. The Apakalu or Abgal are terms found in cuneiform inscription that in general mean either wise or sage. Well, it's a lot going on, boy. It's a lot going on out here that they trying to throw you off with. All right? Now, the question is, how did these stories and deities come about according to another spirituality? And if there are any similarities. All right, so let's see what's going on. It says the name Anunnaki is derived from An, the Sumerian god of the sky. Another word for sky is heavens. Huh. Pretty cool. It says the name is variously written, Nuna, Anunnaki, all right, Anunana, Anuna, meaning priestly offspring, or offspring of An. The Anunnaki were believed to be the offspring of An and his consorts, the earth goddess Kai. This guy Samuel Noah Kramer identifies Kai with the Sumerian mother goddess Nin Her Sag, stating that they were originally the same figure. I said it wrong. Offsprings of consorts. I said that wrong. I might have. All right. Okay. It said a consorts or consort. Okay, SORT. All right. So let's look at this. This is where it gets interesting. Okay. This is where it gets interesting, and where we know certain things are being manipulated in these people of these civilizations who are holding things very similar. Because my thing is, it says Anunnaki are groups of deities of the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians. But then when you sit here and tell me that Samuel Noah Kramer identifies the Kai, the goddess Earth, with the Sumerian mother goddess Nin Hersak, stating that they were originally the same figure. Well, if the Anunnaki was in those four civilizations, then why do you need another god or metromorphic deity? Why are you changing that? But they meaning this. Why is that being changed? That's the question. Why is it being changed? Okay, because you gotta put a lie on top of a lie. All right, let me show you all this real quick. Let's get into it. The book of Enoch, according to the religion, not mine, or the spirituality of Christianity, or the Bible. The spirituality of the Bible, the Bible. All right, let's get it. All right, let me find my spot. I might have went too far down. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta say this, because once I say this in the book of Enoch, come on, y'all, where you at? There we go, boom, here we go. All right, so let me go back and read it, what the Anunnakis is. And some of y'all already forgot, just want to make sure. All right, Anunnaki were believed to be the offspring of An and his consort, the mother goddess Kai. Samuel Noah Kramer identifies Kai with the Sumerian mother goddess Nin Hersak, stating that they were originally the same figure. The oldest of the Anunnaki was Enlil, the god of air. Okay. And chief god of the Sumerian pantheon. Sumerians believed that until Enlil was born, heaven and earth was inseparable. Okay, cool. Thank you. Y'all getting it? Y'all writing it in the chat? Okay, so cool. Well, let's see what one of the watchers had to say to Enoch about what was going on down there in those ancient civilizations here. Okay, in the children of Canaan. All right, remember, these are pre-flood civilizations. Let's not take this out of context by any means necessary. All right, they want to say precept upon precept, but we're going to go text upon text, information upon information, put these things together. We ain't even going to play with them. All right, it say, here shall stand the angels, aka aliens, who have connected themselves with women. How do you connect yourself with a woman? How are you connected? Through what? Thoughts. Well, imagination of the thought that affects what? The heart. and their spirits assuming many different forms are defiling mankind and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons. What did you think? What do you think? What do you think Samaria, Assyria, Acadia, the Akkadians and the Babylonians, what do you think they were doing with these gods? What do you think? Let's take a wild guess. Think they were giving offerings and sacrifices? Do we still do that? Give an offering in church? Do we sacrifice for and fast and all this stuff for our deities and all this stuff that we believe in our spirituality? Just asking a question. Just asking. So what you think that these people was doing with these deities that these spirits was assuming? Say many different forms in defiling mankind and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons, plural. Demons, but okay, demons. Where you going with that? But this is the kicker, plural. And then it puts in brackets as gods. As gods. Okay? So when we see this, we go back and we say, well, y'all got multiple gods. Enlil, the god of the air, what is the god of the air? What is that representing? I think that, let me get it here. Anthropomorphic. Let's see what this means again. Get in there. Google me, please. Anthropomorphic. Relating to or characterized by having human characteristics. Anthropomorphism. Let's click on that. Let's go even deeper. Anthropomorphism. The attribution of human characteristics or behavior to a god, animal, or object. Now let's ask. Did they know of this before they learned this stuff? Let's see. Who was teaching these people this? According to the book of Adam, we connecting dots now. According to the book of Adam, it says, thus did this Genon multiply sin exceedingly. Missing the mark. You missing the point. You missing the target. You ain't quite got it yet. Meaning, that was increasing exceedingly. Meaning people ain't hitting the goal that the Most High have set for them to achieve. He also acted with pride, with the ego. What most of us trying to do in spirituality, for real, for real. We trying to what? Cease to what? Ego. Come on now. With pride, and taught the children of Cain to commit all manner of the grossest wickedness. We're not just talking about sexual desires. All right. We talking about perverseness of spirituality, religion, and everything else under the sun, which they knew not, and put them up to manifold things which they knew not before. So the question is, did they know of this prior to this knowledge coming forth? No. Because Cain knew of who? The Most High. If Cain was alive, he wouldn't even let them get down with that type of stuff. Y'all can go out here and do whatever you want to do, but don't go against the Most High. But when he was slayed by Lamech the blind, by his son Tubal Cain telling him there's a monster coming, and him getting scary, and then Lamech the blind slayed Cain, and then boom, slayed his own son Tubal Cain, and then after that, his brother of Tubal Cain and the son of Lamech the blind, Genon, comes in and lays everybody astray. How? Because Satan came into him in his childhood. How did he come into him? Go back to chapter 6. Through the imaginations and the thoughts that changed his heart. That hardened his heart. That harkened his heart towards Satan. From his childhood. The same thing that happened to his granddad. Or his great granddad. Whichever or. Who is Cain. And Cain means hater. And everything that Cain did until God had judged him, he was hating on his little brother for no reason. But that was the seed that was planted in Adam and Eve during the spiritual intercourse with the serpent in the Garden of Eden. So, according to this spirituality, connecting the dots with a few others, based off of the information that we getting from these texts and these scriptures, we are seeing the Anunnaki being created in front of our eyes. The whole story behind the Anunnaki. Stop playing. We ain't making this stuff up. Ain't nobody else wrote this and just said, oh, we just finna write some stuff to throw somebody else off. Yeah, they doing that, but then people are writing things to keep you on track too. Whether they know it or not, but they being used as a vessel to do so. But I could be just talking though. I could be just talking though. I could be just talking, y'all. But I'm connecting the dots for us. A lot of people run from the Bible because they ain't. Okay, let me see. So you're saying the Anunnaki were made up? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I read it. According to a spirituality that's under Christianity. This is the Christianity spirituality. They formed Christianity into a religion, but it's actually, the Bible is actually a spiritual book. The books of the Bible that was taken out are actually spiritual books. I mean, the spiritual book. Yeah, spiritual books as in a spirituality is designed for a spirituality, not a religion. Not only any type of spirituality, it's a monotheistic spirituality. So now we have two different types of spiritualities. Mono, and we have what? Poly, meaning one and many. One of them got to be fake. Because in every truth is a half truth. So it's 50-50. Take your chances. It's 50-50. I'm not saying they made up. I'm not the one saying it. It's what we're reading that's confirming or that's giving us an idea to take an educated guess that they might be made up. That's what we going with. So when we talking about the Anunnaki, and then what we came to realize is that not only were they doing this, but they wrote doctrines for themselves according to these deities. If let me put it to you like this. If you got children out here, right? But your child calls somebody else mommy and daddy, how would that make you feel? Let's put it in perspective. Because neither us or our children asked to be here. We did ask to bring them forth. Or someone did ask to bring you forth. So now, let's ask the question again. The person that brought you forth, the person that had a hand in creating you, are putting two things together to put you in the chamber so that you may have life from things that was already created, come out of the womb, their mother's womb, and they follow the nutsack. Let's be real about it, because we still beastly at the end of the day because we're in these avatars. All right? And then we create this thing that come out, and once it comes out and learn a little something, it starts calling somebody else that don't even look like you mommy and daddy, and praising them and giving them gifts and showering them down on Mother's and Father's Day with different things. How would that make y'all feel? Ooh, transition came into monotheism from polytheism. I think his name is also known as Noah in the Bible, right, Frederick? Am I in the ballpark, or am I tripping? I might be tripping. Though. It could have been something else. I don't know. You let me know, Frederick, because that was a great statement you just brought up. A great statement. Maybe I don't know. Okay, I think so. I'm not exactly sure because I ain't into the Egyptian text right now. But when we get in there, we definitely gonna bring it up. That's why I say one of the things we can't get caught up in the names because they change. They change according to the civilization, the society. But these characters still hold weight because they performing the same acts. They still hold weight. Whether they believe it's mythical or not. They still hold weight whether you can find the bones or not. Come on, man, just be real. All right? They still hold weight. Because a lot of the stuff people talking about, oh, they don't believe in nothing. Well, ain't nothing ain't got bones. All right? So, and y'all believing in it. So we gotta be real. Okay? So, what are we seeing here? I know in the spiritual world, especially with like the teachings of like Rashad Jamal and all of these doctors of Malachi Z. York, Zechariah Sitchin, believe me, I think stop playing. What you mean? I'm about to put on my website that got all these books. I had the PDFs. I be having the information out. I took the website down because I was trying to build some other website. Okay? So, what we seeing here can't be by coincidence because we are pulling together different forms of information, and some of them are information that people don't want to dive into because of the false narratives that has been labeled on these things. When you cannot turn down information, we must build upon the information. And we go into Wikipedia, we go into the lie to get the truth. Because you can only cipher out the truth through lies. The truth is the truth. All right? So it says here, this is not me. It says the Anunnaki, Sumerian. It says the Anunnaki, the next thing in, according to Google, Sumerian, also transcribed as Anunnaki, Anunna, Anaki, and other variations, are a group of deities of ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian. Okay? Not only that, then they come down and give us some more information, which they throw themselves off. Listen, I'm not the one that's saying the Anunnaki made up. I'm reading what they talking about. It says it says here, it says Anunnaki were believed to be offspring of An and his consort, the earth goddess Kai. So when they talk about peace to the planet Kai, we see what they do dwelling in. Samuel Noah Kramer identifies Kai with the Sumerian mother goddess Ninhursag, stating that they were originally the same figure. Under what? Different names. That's why we can't get caught up in the names. But what's going on? They were originally the same figure. So is Ninhursag and Anunnaki? Ninhursag, sometimes described as Ninhursag or Nihursaga, also known as Damagalanuna or Ninma, was the ancient Sumerian mother goddess of the mountains and one of the 7 great deities of Sumer. She is known earliest as a nurturing and fertility goddess. So it went from being the mother goddess of the mountains to what? The earth goddess Kai? Like I said, there's plenty of other writings on this. But other writings are other people's translations of the information they have already received. Sounds the same. Mountains and earth, right? Sounds the same. Sounds the same. You're exactly right. Sounds the same. If it was the same, then why change the name? Why change? Why not keep it consistent if it's truth? That's my question. Why not keep it consistent if it's truth? Y'all was the ancients. Why was y'all destroyed during the flood? That's my question. Because we just linked it, all this stuff back to pre-flood. By things out of their civilization, things from spiritual texts that we in right now, which is the biblical spiritual text, and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which is an Atlantean. So we got Atlantis, pre-flood, Samaria, pre-flood, and we got Noah, who is in the cave of treasures, pre-flood. We got 3 confirmations on a flood, and not only that, it was prophesied by Adam. So at the end of the day, we getting off the internet real time, from the spiritual real time, and from the book real time. Now we just got to meditate on this information, connect the dots, and see what's really going on once we dive into these other spiritualities. It could sound the same. It could have been a drop in frequency. We were already falling. We was already dropped in frequency. That's the whole point of us being on earth in the first place. We fell from the Garden of Eden. We fell short of the mark that it takes to dwell in the Garden of Eden, which is another dimension, which is not part of this land. According to the text, not according to me. Because they was kicked out and the garden had a gate. What's another name for gate? Port. Door. Okay? So port, portal. Gate, stargate. Door, entry point. All right? All right? We know this through the confirmation of what's being told. Kicked out. Once they was in the cave with treasures, they dwelt under the Garden of Eden. Okay? When the children of God used to sing praises to the Most High, which are the children of Seth, they could see the Garden of Eden above them and the angels doing their works coming through and forth between the heavens, according to their scripture, according to their text, as in the sense of the biblical spirituality, with all the books considered in whichever translation you want to go in. You just have to do your due diligence in understanding that. So we were already dropped in frequency. That's why this transpired in the first place. That's why a polytheistic and all these deities and all this stuff, because we in spirituality want to always say everything starts with source, everything starts with one, right? But then we'll get into serving and doing all these other stuff and accepting all these different gods. But at the end of the day, we talking about source, connecting with becoming one, unifying. Well, how are we going to do that if we poly? Come on, man. Now we touching it. The primordial waters. Come on. We dealing with dimensions. When we looked at Stargate, how did the Stargate look when you entered into it? It looked like water. Come on, we are 70% water. So if we're going to get transported to another place, it got to be water involved. Man, it's no joke. It's tough out here because these people making it tough for us out here to decipher all this stuff. And then on top of that, everybody hears something good and it sounds good and they go against the grain in the original narrative, so they just want to jump on it. I'm glad you received the message tonight, man. I really am. Appreciate it. I appreciate it, y'all. But we're going to go for a little bit longer because I ain't got to be up early. I got a couple things I got to do tomorrow, but I ain't got to be up too early, so we're going to keep this thing going. Okay? Because now we're putting these things together. Now that Hey man, believe me, I was a fan of Billy Carson. It hurt me to come with this information because I gotta come with the information that's coming against the grain with what everybody else talking out here. And I gotta break it down with their spirituality according to the text that people before them wrote and according to the text that they wrote or that they agree with and wrote. That's what sucks about it. But when I see my other brothers and sisters out here doing it, all right, man, let's get to the block part. You take end times, I'll take beginning, somebody else will take the middle. We're going to bring it all together. And hopefully the people have the ears for it, the eyes for it, and the mouth to speak it. And like I said last night, just because we doing this don't mean that don't mean we gonna make it too. That don't mean you gonna make it. Because the thing is, it's for some of us, it's like Moses. Moses led the people to the promised land, but he did not go in the promised land. Even though he seen everything that the Most High wanted him to see, Aaron went in, the one that was speaking it though. I think so. I don't know. Aaron might not went in his brother. I might be tripping. We ain't in that part of the scripture yet, so I don't want to get there. Okay, but we almost there. We almost out of Noah, and we going to Moses. And you know what happened when we go to Moses? We got tapped into the Egyptian spiritualities. All right, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, I'm glad that we was able to hit on the Sumerian gods. Okay, so let's go over these Sumerian gods since we here. I know the title is Knowing the Flood. If you just getting here, we are going over why the flood even came in the first place. What was the mark that they had to take to be in the garden? The mark was set. So the mark was what? Do not eat the fruit. The test. Let me say the test. The test. Okay? A trial was. This is what it was. I'm going to test you. Do not eat the fruit of the garden. Of the tree. The fruit in the garden of the tree. I believe of knowledge of good and evil. But this is the kicker. I'm going to build a place for you just in case you fall short of the test. Not only that, I am going to allow something or someone to be present to throw you off your path. Now, why do I say that? Because we are confused with what intercourse is. We want to get in intercourse and we think we knocking the boots. Nah, we not knocking the boots. Let's break intercourse down real quick. We did it earlier. Let's do it again. Enter meaning. All right. Enter meaning. It says enter means what? Between, among, in the midst. Let's see what course means now. All right. Let's see what course means. All right, let's see what course means now. All right, you have course as a noun, and then you got course as a verb. So course as a noun means route, way, track, direction, tack, path, or journey. So when we say that the serpent had when I say it, when the serpent has intercourse with Eve and Adam, I'm saying what? He came between, he came in the midst of their journey and did what? Caused them to sin, meaning they fell short of the goal. By them falling short of the goal or the test that had been presented to them by the Most High, they had to fall, like Frederick said earlier, in frequency because they fell short. And by falling in frequency, you came to a what? More denser place that you need a different body for. Because in the Garden of Eden, we had spiritual bodies. That's why in the book of Adam and Eve, Adam said, oh, how my flesh has altered. My eyes cannot see in the heavens anymore. And then we get the confirmation through science telling us we can only see 1/3 of the light spectrum. Appreciate that science for confirming something for us that we even know we needed confirming. So everybody taking pictures of the sky with their phones and stuff and seeing the red Kachina, blue Kachina. They seeing all type of faces in the clouds and all of this stuff. But every spirituality tell you that it's stuff going on up there that we can't see. To the point, they talking about these demons is supposed to be gods and they serving them in anthropomorphic according to this religion, which is what? Giving human characteristics to animals, things, objects, gods, deities. And that's what we see. Okay. So I hope I ain't go too far. Okay, thank you. That clears it up. All right, perfect. How about the mark being human morality? Ooh, or simple or human thought. See, this is the kicker though, right? This is the kicker. Because I got to go way back into the book of Adam and Eve. All right? I got to go way back into the Adam and Eve for that. Okay? But let's get back there. All right? We just going to deal with this spirituality. And then when we dive in these other books, we're going to see a lot of things that's very similar once we start getting into these other spiritualities. And we just going to be like, man, what's going on here? I was troubled by his wedding with Eve. That ain't what I want. What's the question? Simply human. Okay, morality. All right, boom. That's what I wanted to get to. All right. Ooh, I'm gonna have to find my place. All right, let's see. Man, I'm back on the book of Adam and Eve is almost 100 chapters. So when you tell me, because I can't look up the chapter that I want, I gotta literally click back. All right. No, what I want. Oh man, let me see. Oh dang, want that. No. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Let me make sure I'm on point. All right. It say, how about the mark being human morality? Okay, boom. Let me get there. Because I want y'all to see the difference between how they felt in the Garden of Eden and how they feel when they have fallen. Okay. I gotta look for it though. I gotta look for it because that's the only way we're gonna keep it in context. And I ain't just out here just making up stuff. All right. Okay. All right. Those. All right, boom. This might be it. The first human hunger. All right, let me see. No. All right, boom. Okay, so look, this is what Adam is saying. Adam said, "Oh Lord, when I was in the garden, I saw the water that flowed from under the tree of life. My heart did not desire, neither did my body require to drink of it. Neither did I know thirst, for I was living, and above that which I am now." Okay? So, all right, love, have a good night. I know we on here a little bit later than usual, so have a good night. All right, we'll be back on. Make sure I'm on 10:10 tomorrow. All right, 10:10 tomorrow, and I might also come on during the afternoon. All right, but I'm gonna be on just a little bit longer tonight for everyone that want to stay. All right, and got some more questions or just curious about some stuff that we can figure out together and keep it pushing. Okay, so it was what? How about the mark being human morality? All right, that's not the mark. Okay, because look, the mark was I don't like how I'm looking at it in a sense of this. The only time I'm gonna come out of text real quick until I confirmate through other stuff is that the mark was just listening and being obedient, right? That's the mark. Sometimes it's just about listening and doing as what you're supposed to do and not getting caught up. It's about 99 and some, it's like 90 and some change. It's not exactly 100, but 90 and some change. It's up there. And then that's just the first book though. The second book is when you get into actual Seth and is it Seth and all that? Yeah, Seth and all of that good stuff. All right. So we see here, it says what? Before they came out the garden, what were they doing? It says what? Oh Lord, when I was in the garden, I saw the water that flowed under the tree of life. My heart did not desire, neither did my body require to drink of it. Neither did I know thirst, for I was living above that which I am now. So meaning, it's showing that he is fallen, he has came short, he has committed sin, so that in order to live, I do not require any food of life, neither did I drink of the water of life. But now, O God, I am dead. My flesh is parched with thirst. Give me of the water of life, that I may drink of it. Of thy mercy of God, save me from the plagues and trials, and bring me into another land, different from this, if thy wilt, not me dwell in thy garden. So, what is Adam saying right now? Adam is telling you about the fall and the trials of these plagues that have come upon him since the fall. And he just going through it. He don't like it. He miss light body. He misses being in the garden. He miss having rest. He miss having an easy mind. Right? So what's another thing that's going to confirm for us? Got to go back some more. Dang it. All right, there we go. All right. All right, let me see what I'm looking for. I'm looking for when he said his skin was altered. All right. I'm looking for when the flesh was altered. So now we understand that there's a difference between spiritual flesh and what we call this animalistic flesh. That's why he said, now I am dead. All right. Because we put carcasses on our body. We never even thought about that. Some clothes, now they got cotton clothes, they ain't from the animals. But before, most of our clothes came from animals. All right. So Adam's whole picture was totally different than what we're going through now. All right, so it's gonna take me a while to do it, but but you can see that once you go into the book of Adam, all right, the book of Adam and Eve. Okay. So we can see that the mark was just being obedient to the Most High. What is the living water? Human blood. The living water is coming from the tree of life. So they say though it's not the living water, it's the water of life. Okay? It's not living water, but the water of life from the tree of life. Remember in the scripture, it said, let us not have the tree of life, for they will surely become one of us. Okay? So we know we're different than everything else around. Okay? All right? We was designed for different purposes and different things like that. We like the babies of the creation. Okay? That's why you see in most of these parables that's in scripture, you see the youngest, usually like Jacob, also, like Jacob, the whole story with Jacob, and then Joseph, you see the youngest end up getting blessed or getting certain birthrights and different things like that. Even I think Yeshua was the youngest to his brother James. Okay? Why couldn't they eat the fig until God put blood in it? It wasn't that it wasn't that. They were scared to eat the fig because they didn't know what it was going to do to their body. God said he made it savory like blood, meaning meat, flesh, the flesh that we eat now, right? That's what we talking about. So when he say it's not talking about blood as in, oh, don't talk, they talking about when you eat a steak, right? I don't know how you eat your steak. A lot of people eat their steak medium, a little red in that boy, right? Put a little sauce in that boy, right? Some people like medium well done. It don't matter. Okay, but that is it. That's what it's referring to, giving it just what it said, a savory flavor. All right, this you can't pick. That's why I say you got to be careful of your imagination. You got to pick. You got to see the words. All right, you got to see the adjectives that's being used. It's being described as. All right, it's giving a metaphor in a sense. Okay, something that you can see. So you were supposed to relate that fig to meat, flesh, animal flesh that we eat in the day and age that we live in now. It seems to me the book describes him being vampires. Nah, ain't no vampires. Ain't no vampires, because when you read it carefully, you see ain't no vampire action being going. They walking in the daylight. They on the mountaintop in the daylight. They dying, and the Most High gotta raise them up. So it's like they doing things, right, as babes of being on the land that they know not of, according to the scripture of it. Okay. So but that's why I say you got to read it in the sense of the adjectives and the adverbs, because those are what's giving the hints and the clues away. Okay? That's what's giving the hints and the clues away. That's what's giving the hints and the clues away. All right? But we got to remember, the information can be stored in any way, form, or fashion. Any way, form, or fashion. I've heard this Christian spirituality, just this spirituality, spent in so many different ways. In so many different ways. And it is being spent in so many different ways, just like every other spirituality. Because here's the kicker. A lot of the things that Yinon was taught by the first fallen angel, which is named Satan, and the host of them, Enoch was taught those same things. The difference was between the two doctrines is that one was consistent in its truth, the other one was ever changing, as we seen in what? And what we just read about the Anunnaki and the Sumerians, how they was already changing the names of the gods. One mean mountain, one mean the earth. Yeah, we can say they one and the same, but I know the mountain does not represent the earth. A mountain is where a mountain supposed to be at, or cut off tree stump, whatever you want to go with. It's where it's supposed to be at. The earth is the wholeness of. So that's two totally different deities to me. That's not one and the same. Unless they're going off their language and their symbol is the same that represents earth and mountain. Now we talking something different. That's understandable based off the language, but we going based off the English language, and this is how we decipher the lies. Because they're going to give us a language that we can do spells on, and not only spells with this, but we can reverse the spell that they trying to put on us through this. Because they done came up with all these words that's trying to mean different things or the same thing, and they put their foot in their mouth. They couldn't drink the water either. They couldn't fast. They could fast for 40 days. Only a vampire can do that. How many bodies were in the cave of treasures after 1,000 years, and how big was the cave? That's a great question. That's a great question. Now what we do, we get on the googly boy, right? We get on the Google boy. How big can a cave get, right? It's like I tell everybody, if you're looking for shelter and you don't know how to build a house, where are you going? Vampire, alien, human, and you butt booty naked, and you need protection from the element. Where are you going? And you don't know how to build. Let's put this in perspective, and let's add common sense to it, right? If you are stranded in an unknown land and you have to protect yourself from the elements, meaning sun, rain, snow, heat, whatever, where are you trying to get to? Right? We got to answer that. Because the first thing we're trying to get to some type of tree with a canopy, some type of cave-like structure that's going to help us, right, get from this stuff according to this spirituality. But when we put common sense on it, we see, okay, that can make sense a little bit, just a little bit. Okay? Then when we say how many bodies were in the cave of treasures after 1,000 years, and how big was the cave? Right? How big was the cave? Well, how big are these caves? Let's see how big these caves can get. Matter of fact, let's do it like this. The biggest cave in the Appalachian Mountains. I ain't gonna say in the world. I want to know in the Pacific Park. Appalachian Mountains. If they even got one over there, let's see. If they got anything over here in the Appalachians. I just want to do and see what's going on. Ew. Mount Michelle. My brother said this earlier. I don't know if Brother AB's still in here, but he said this earlier. Mount Michelle, known in Cherokee as Atakula, is the highest peak of the Appalachian Mountains and the highest peak mainland North America east of the Mississippi River. Now let's see if it got caves. Does it have caves? Does Mount Michelle have caves? Let me see. Now I gotta put it in like that. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go with Mount Michelle, highest peak on the eastern side of the Mississippi. All right, Mount Michelle. Does Mount Michelle have caves? Let's see. Cause I'm gonna bring this back. I'm gonna bring this back around. But we're gonna do this in real time. Does Mount Michelle have shelter, caves? That's what I need to know. That's it. Let's see what we're working with here. Oh, whoa, hold on. But officials closed the caverns in 2010 after 2 rangers who patrolled the area retired and were not replaced amid budget cuts. That's when the Vandals moved in. Hold on. Make sure I read this right, man. I might be tripping out here. Hold on. How much does, I don't know what I want. All right, let's see. Does Mount Michelle have, what's another word for cave? Cavern? Did I do that right? Oh, boom, that's what I was looking for. What are some fun facts about Michelle Caverns? Let's check this out. See if we can find anything interesting. All right, first urban tours back in 1932. The caverns were purchased by the state in 1954. They are the only limestone caverns in the state park system, located at an elevation of 4,300 feet. Temperatures usually remain moderate throughout the year. The most popular months, they talking about visit. Now I need. Come on, let me see where we going with this. Cause I wanna see how many people and get some cave theories in here. All right. All right, boom. All right, let's look at this. Oh shit, is it hollow? You know it. All right, let me get back in the comments because I was in the book. Let me see. 3. was not desired to drink from the water of life prior to falling. Exactly. They have no desire. They didn't have no desire in their hearts to do a lot of stuff. They just wanted to praise the Most High with the angels. Say, and if we're talking about what the water of life was and getting back to the Garden of Eden. All right, so we'll get back to that. That was in a whole nother dimension. We gotta understand that. All right. As above, so below though. Remember that. Okay. So it says location directions. The recreation area is located in the eastern Mojave Desert, 56 miles from, hold on, nah, y'all talking about the wrong mountain. That ain't what I want. They talking about the same mountain? Okay, yeah, they talking about the same. Yeah, okay. Whew, had me nervous for a second, all right? Eastern of Mojave Desert, 56 miles from Needles on Interstate 40, 160 miles east of Barstow, 16 miles. Nah, damn, why y'all telling me all that? I just need to know. The tour involves a 1.5 strenuous roundup trip hike to and from Mount Michelle Caverns and a tour guide of the cave. Okay? Now, I'm just going on some site here. I'm just on some random, literally some random site right now. I'm trying to see how big the cavern is. I might have to Google that boy, though. Because once we see how big the cavern is, oh, this boy kind of big. All right. Once we see, that boy kind of big. I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. That boy kind of big. I've been in the caverns before, but it wasn't these caverns. No. All right, shoot, forget it. I'm gonna type it in. Because once we get what we looking for, we're gonna bring all our educated guesses all back to the boy. All right, boom. Wikipedia, Wiki. You know, Wiki gonna bring you the lies so you can get the truth out. Well, I hope I ain't waking nobody up in the house because it's late and I'm out here excited. All right, let's see how big these caverns is. They got to be pretty big because they got steps and ladders and stuff in them. All right, the Michelle Caverns within the Michelle Caverns Natural Preserve are 3 solution limestone caves, only 2 which are open to public. Located on the east side of the Providence Mountains at an elevation of 4,300 feet, 13 meters. Metric, I don't know, meters in whatever that stands for. Within the Providence Mountains State Recreation Area. All right. This ain't what I'm looking for. This ain't what I'm looking for. They trying to throw me off. They trying to throw us off right now. Hold on. Mount Michelle. Is that what I'm looking for? Mount Michelle. Cavern. Boom. Mount Michelle Cavern. Boom. There we go. North Carolina. That's what I want. North Carolina. NC is very important. Why is this? Why is NC also important? Because they say it's a sprinkle of gopher water around NC, North Carolina. All right. NC. Why is Mount Michelle closed? Mount Michelle State Park is closed due to hazardous road conditions caused by the snow. Oh, okay, that's on y'all. All right, let me see. I can't find it, so I'm gonna do some more research. I'm be on all day, and I ain't gonna really be able to talk to y'all. I'm trying to look it up quick. How large this is? How large is this way? That's what it takes. When you out here researching stuff, you got to be in here searching. Include carbon. All right. Best caves and caverns in North Carolina. All right. So, boom. I gotta still get into this with the cave and stuff, because like I said, we was doing educated guesses doing what we was reading. And I'm literally going in real time, looking up this stuff and literally reading it as we picking it up to decipher it in real time with this text. I just can't find what I'm looking for right now. It ain't open up for me. All right, so I ain't even gonna do it prematurely. Okay, but I'll definitely believe me, I'll have it for you by tomorrow night. All right, I'll have it for y'all by tomorrow night when I get it. Exactly. Even Bookfield lives inside the earth. All right, some still inhabit these giant mountains. Yeah, underground civilization. Most of the big mountains have been underground civilized at one point in time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's like I was saying, a lot of these underground cities and stuff, I was saying this earlier, not the cave structures, but I'm talking about the actual underground cities is what was buried by these mud floods that we be talking about with Tartaria and Noah's flood. So that was what we were talking on earlier and comparing what the title says, the Noah's flood versus the mud flood. Now we just kind of in random talk, just kind of going back on everything that we just been discussing, because if you didn't catch the previous lives, I got the first two lives that I got up, the book of Adam and Eve breakdown, Cain and Abel breakdown from the book of Adam and Eve. And then I got those two up on my YouTube now. You can get that link. And then I have the other videos up. I have the next two videos up. I'll probably sit here and do it after the live tonight, maybe. But they will be up by the end of the day tomorrow. And then this one and the last one I just did will be up by the end of the weekend. So that makes sense, right? So, and one thing about the flood we got to understand is that the rain did not cause 40 days or 40 nights of rain is not going to flood the earth. What really flooded the earth during these times? See, that's the thing. How long ago was the mud flood? See, that's when we know we catching them on their time lapse. Because now we comparing something that's recent, that has a very prominent press right now on the theory of history with Tartaria and the mud flood. And then we also got Noah's flood. And then we have scientists, archaeologists, geologists, people that's studying just like us, that's confirming these things. One of the things I reference for everybody is the Joe Rogan podcast. All right. It's a Joe Rogan podcast. It's Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan mind is blown by a worldwide flood. You type that in, it got over 1.1 million views. It's about 20 minutes long. He gonna break it down for you. Okay. And I'm just giving you that so you will have someone else besides me kind of tell you that this thing might be realer than what most people want to give credit for. All right. Whether this the spirituality that's right, or if it's some other civilization or whatever the case, it's a consistency. And truth is consistent. That's one thing about truth. Lies change. Truth is consistent. Okay, lies change. Truth is consistent. All right. That's why we say don't get caught up in names. Get caught up in what is describing what the name is doing. All right, the good guys and the bad guys survived and built. What's now? So now what we're doing, we're in the state where we are now. We are in the times of Noah all over again. Okay, we are in the times of Noah all over again. Okay, it's a lot of wickedness going on in the earth. It's a lot of perverseness that's going on in the earth, right? And that's just what it is. That's why it's important to understand where we coming from with this. And that's why we got this, and that's why we having this conversation, Mitchell. Sorry, Mitchell. We'll call you MC for your name, especially that's how I can remember you too. All right. So MC, that's why we did this. That's why I'm doing this live tonight, and we going down this spirituality and this one of the reasons why I chose the spirituality of the Bible, or the spirituality of Christianity, is because first off, that's what the most people believe in, as far as I know, over here in the States. And so I wanted to we got to start with the biggest, and we're gonna come down to the smallest, because everything is interdependent in a sense of it's gonna give you a clue to something else. She's thinking about flooding us out again. We have to work on ourselves first. Exactly. We got to start. That's why fasting is important, different things like that, because that get us back to light body. That was the whole point. That was the whole reason why Adam and Eve ain't want to eat in the first place. They didn't want to defile their purity. They didn't want to defile their light body. So when their figs were presented to them the first time in the book, they didn't eat because they didn't know what it was going to happen to their body. And then once they ate, the intestines and all this stuff was created. When they weren't eating, they didn't even have no need for no intestines and stuff. This is what, according to the book of the book of Adam and Eve, the body was still being built in the process of them getting used to the flesh. It don't tell us that in Genesis. It just said it was formed from the dust of the ground. But it didn't give us the intricate details of how it was formed, even though we in science now, we have intricate detail on the anatomy of the body. But then, for the first time that I've seen a little bit of something in the Genesis part of it, we get the anatomy, a part of the anatomy of the body. That's what's going on. How the flesh is being altered, how the eyes are being altered, how when you ate and drink, your intestines now are being created and altered, so you can now digest and take nutrition properly to withstand, so your beastly body can live in this plane of what we call punishment according to this scripture, because what we fell from, according to Adam and Eve, in the book of Adam and Eve, was a lot better than where we are now. The Christ is all that survive becomes tenfold for everybody taken. So that's why it gives us the parables of Christ. It didn't give us a name, it gave us Christ, a title, right? Not just a title, but an accomplishment, a goal to strive for. Remember what it's saying, not hitting the goal to stay in your Christ body, to stay in your Christ, into your Christ consciousness, all right, into your enlightenment, and hitting your goal of being a light body, right? All right, man. Peace, MC. I'll see you later. We're going to be on tomorrow, 10:10. If you follow me back, I'll follow you back. That's how I know who to share the lives to and different things like that. All right. So, I'm trying to think. I think that's we unless y'all got some more questions in here, man, and y'all wanted me to kind of look up some stuff or elaborate more on what we've been talking about. We're gonna probably call it a night pretty soon. I'll finish my cigar with you all, and just kind of go on the rant here for a little bit. But other than that, we're gonna call it a night. So as y'all see, as we're connecting these dots, it's a lot of trickery going on. I'm glad it was golden. Johannesburg, you've been with me, rocking with me for a minute. It's good to see you tonight. It's good to see you back tonight, brother. I appreciate you. To be honest with y'all, I've been wanting to come with this information for a while, but I was not allowed to, if I can be honest. I was not allowed to. Okay? I wasn't allowed to. It was a lot of work that I had to do for the past 10 years. It was a lot of conforming I had to do, and then be conform, and just, it was a journey. And in this journey, in the spiritual journey, at times we can feel alone. And like I said last night, yes, we can feel alone, but that's why the relationship with Source, the Most High, the Infinite Spirit, the Creator of all things, the relationship with that is so important, because it's real, it's tangible. Even though it's unseen, it's there. It is there. You ain't got to get the name right, because if your intention, if you intend to do it right and righteous, it will be looked upon as right and righteous. This is stuff they're not telling you. All right? Because in the Old Testament, everybody that was in the Old Testament, in the Torah, all right, they were tapping into Source. And then the person in the New Testament was supposed to, that was, according to the New Testament, bringing our salvation, was tapping into Source. So I go by the example that was led, not by what they said to believe. We lead by example. We don't believe by belief. See, this is how deep the technology goes when it goes into deceiving. Satan he has the authority, meaning he has the, what's the word I'm looking for? He is allowed to touch sensitive places, meaning he can portray himself as God. He can portray himself as an angel. He can portray himself as these things, him and his host. This is what Adam and Eve was going through, getting tricked, then learning how not to get deceived by a vision or apparition or a thought. Because in the Garden of Eden, they didn't have none of these things. But when they had intercourse with Satan, when they came among Satan, when Satan came between them, and when Satan came in the midst of them, he what? Misdirected them on their journey, or their path, or their course, or their route, and in turn, they fell. They got kicked out of the garden and fell down to a lower dimension, into a more dense dimension, a more animalistic dimension. So that's what we're dealing with. Saturn has many lessons. I'm trying to tell you. Very much so. Very much so. So we got to have discernment when we know we got things out here working against us in every shape, form, and fashion. Every shape, symbol, form, however you want to take it, and fashion. The things that we partake in. Fashion is something that we partake in. Fashion is something that we show off. So it's in everything. Exactly. You hit it on the head. I take them seriously and with a grain of salt. That's using discernment. You say, I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to take you serious in what you're saying, but I'm not just going to accept it for what it is. I'm going to listen. I'm going to meditate on it. And I'll receive what I was supposed to receive from it in due time. Because sometimes I'll be driving in the car, minding my own business. All of a sudden, a thought comes to me. I'm like, damn, boy, that's deep. Boy, I got to hit that on live tonight. Right? Always listening. Always. That's why I was saying about the, Billy Carson, the Anunnaki. Don't get me wrong. The brother's a genius out here. He's a smart brother. Right? I've shared his things. And we have this tendency, ye are gods. We are gods, right? Because of where we come from and who we were created by, okay? But when we get into this Anunnaki thing, like I was saying earlier, man, it's tied too much into what Satan was teaching the children of Cain to do. And that's just, I'm like, well, you might not want to go down that path. There you go. So it's just like, I get that these people had texts older than the Bible, but at the end of the day, if I was Satan, if I was Satan, or if I hearken my ear and my heart to Satan, I will write a book before the Most High write a book too. So it'll throw you off when it's time to get right, when it's time to do whatever you need to do. See, I'm a spiritual person, so I can get with the get down to any spirituality. That's why I don't shun no religion. I don't shun nothing, and I don't got no idols. So I can accept it all, because I don't have to accept your idol to accept your spirituality, because it's one and the same as mine. And I accept all spiritual texts. You know, because I'm connected with the Most High, the source of it all. I don't need a middleman. I'm plugged up. I'm tapped into the source of the energy. I'm grounded. I'm rooted. My antennas in the ether, picking up on all the sources, whatever. But I'm not serving these things and deifying these things. I'm not deifying the tree. I'm not deifying the earth that I stick my feet in and get rooted and help me get more electricity and help my blood pressure and stimulate everything. I'm not deifying that. There is no symbol for the Most High. There is no symbol for the source of all things. There is no symbol for infinite spirit. Whatever name you want to put on it, you can go into whatever language you want, and you can start putting it on whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, that's still source. That's still it. Because at the end of the day, we got to still sit there and tell ourselves, none of us asked to be here. None of us asked to be here. So we got all the right to ask why we are here in the first place. Or we're trying to remember why we're here. And some of us say we got a social contract and then we came down here and we forgot and it's on us to remember and all this stuff. Remember, remembrance by way of the Holy, according to Scripture, through the Holy Spirit. So when you start getting your downloads and stuff, through the lightful times, through the realms you can't see, and they're over here working on your behalf. You asking the Creator why He made you. But think about it though. Get it? Why me? Because you gotta think about it, right, Jeremiah? You gotta think about it. It was 70 trillion per sperm cells, and it's me out here. The odds of me getting out here, and I'm here. Right? So let's look at it. Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. All right? I got the BLE right in front of me. All right? So let's put that in perspective, because I like Ecclesiastes, because that's one of the books that Solomon wrote. In Ecclesiastes, Solomon is sitting here telling you he feeling bad for himself because he don't win against God. So now he in vain and he in all this other stuff, talking about vain and vanity and all this stuff. All right, Solomon, let's see what you're talking about. Because I know you said something good, because Solomon always got something good to say. You can always learn a lesson, right? You say 12 and 13. Let me see. Come on, man. According to the spirituality, you hit it on the head. According to the spirituality. That's why when we were talking to MC earlier, and he was like, oh, I think, what was the goal? It's to fear him according to this spirituality. Okay? We're not in religion right now. We're in spirituality. To fear him, right? If you ain't want to do him, you can do she if you want to. Most, whatever name you want to get into. If you got it in a different language, go ahead with it. Cool. And keep his laws. So we missed that goal. And by missing that goal, what did we do? We transgressed. We had transgression, meaning we fractured the relationship. So that's what we looking at. That's what we looking at. So when Solomon says that, He said that from experience because he was out here serving these gods. He was out here burning incense to these gods. He was out here with the Anunnaki boys, chilling with them, coming up with other deities, doing magic and all of this. And then he realized it was all in what? Vain and vanity. And now he get right. I should have just stuck with the Most High. All my riches came from, all my wisdom came from. This is what I asked for when I was a teenager. Talk gutter heads to righteousness. Man, King Solomon did a lot out here that people don't know about Solomon. King Solomon was out here, dog. I'm telling you right now. King Solomon was out here. But he came back to his foundation. Facts, his women drove him off. Those 700. Come on, man. He had 700 wives. But this is the thing. Why is this important, right? Women are very crucial when we talking about the Christianity spirituality. Do not shun the women. Like I said, Eve ain't kicked Adam out the garden. Adam got kicked out the garden for his own sin, iniquity, and transgression. Like I said, it was intercourse between all three of them, not just Eve and the serpent. No, both. All right? I felt like I was trying to look up something, but I don't know what I was trying to look up, y'all. I just felt like I was trying to go in on something, but I don't know what it was. It came and left. Why he had so many wives? Because he was out here going against what he had been taught. He was committing iniquity. He was bending and distorting what was good. Ain't nothing wrong with wives, because his forefather had wives, plural. But bro, you got 700? Come on, man, what you kind of do with 700 wives? All you need is one baby with 700 wives. But ain't that, but come on, Solomon, did you smash all your wives, bro? Did you put a baby in all your wives? What you out here doing? But I get it though, right? I get it. Because it has to be transparent to what we go through in real time today. A lot of us live the life of Solomon. We ain't got to be rich tenfold and all of this. I'm talking about in spirit, in transparency, in reflection. I can't multiply them like that. Yeah, we can't multiply by, yeah. But I get that. That's crazy, boy. That's 700 kids out here walking. Don't have 5 babies with each one, but that's a lot of work. That's all you're doing is you just procreating. You ain't doing nothing else. As soon as you get done with one, you come on. Come on. It's that time of month. Let's go. See 1, 2 videos, 1,000, never enough. All right. So Solomon is a fun read. It's a fun it's a fun character because he's him and David too. It's David too. They so transparent. You can be relatable, right? Like it's dudes out here really out here fighting over females and taking each other out for females. And what did David do? Just lucky he was the king. He had to get locked up for the dumb, but he still had to pay for it. By what? He had his sons. Some of his sons died in messed up ways and all of this stuff. He still had to pay for it. What is this called in other spiritualities? It's called the law of karma. Uh-oh. It's spiritual talk again. Here we go connecting dots in the spiritual realm. It's called the law of karma. That's why God said he got to punish you. It ain't got nothing to do with us thinking that, oh, it's jealous. No, it's laws already in place. And the Most High can't go against his word. So if there's a law that he's already placed within the universe itself, then how can he go against it? That's why they kept prophesying about the Christ figure. Because Adam, not even Adam, the Most High had already prophesied about Christ's figure in the book of Adam and Eve in the beginning because of what Adam and Eve went through in the beginning. So of course everybody else gonna talk about the same thing that everybody in the beginning was talking about. And then when my guy get here, everybody wanna believe in him, but don't nobody wanna follow the example of him. Man, y'all better go somewhere. Get with and understand that real leaders lead by example. We ain't gotta talk too much. Facts, divine judgment equals karma. Come on, man. God takes lives early. That's karma. Exactly. You could live way longer than 100. Exactly. We're designed right now in this age where it's actually gonna shift. But in the age we just came out of, we were designed to live up to 120 years old. The age that we live in determines our age and how we age. Listen to what I just said. See, we think they just named it age. Oh, that sounds cool. The age of awakening. The age of Pisces. No, they said age because the age determines how we age. So it's not by coincidence when they now are saying about reverse aging. No, you're not reverse aging. No, we are going to an age where we live longer now. And we low-key going into an age where we going to start living like they did in the Adamic times, up to 1,000 years. Just know what I said, up to 1,000 years. It's older people looking younger now. It's not going the other way. People talking about reverse aging now. It's not going the other way. It could possibly be I could be off. But what I'm saying is the age determines how we age. The age determines how we age. Okay? So, man, I can talk about, oh man, jeez. I love it. I just been on this journey and I love it. Going into the golden ages. Exactly. All right. The new heaven, the new earth, or the singularity point. They call it so many things. New earth frequency, new earth is another one. Come on, man. They call it so many things. Yeshua, Jesus, he said it best. The kingdom of earth is the same as the kingdom of heaven. All right. And that's showing what? As above, so below. Come on. That's universal law. So the Most High can't, like we said, he can't go against his word. So we saying that the tree of life got rivers flowing in the Garden of Eden. Why you think we see rivers down here in the land of Eden or earth? Exactly. When holiness fits in our kid, that's what I've been waiting on. It's tough out here, man. Because so much knowledge being distorted to our kids, and then some of us, we got to sacrifice with putting our kids in this indoctrinating system. We don't get a chance to really homeschool our kids and teach our kids the way we want to because we got to be focused in other areas that don't really matter. We got to remember, Seth's children was named the children of God. And when they got that name, they did not like to do earthly things, meaning they did not like to sow, so they didn't reap. They didn't like to put in no work toward trying to do something on earth that really ain't matter in the first place because they know they had to go. So what I'm going to do is praise the Most High, eat good, and vibe all day. I'm not going to be out here tripping with these other boys. But they wanted to, then they start seeing what the other boys were doing. Man, I'm getting down there. I'm finna trip with y'all. Y'all on a big trip. Now we all in the world just tripping like we done took acid or something. But it's okay because it was designed like this. I know, man. I'm working on it. I ain't gonna lie, Maya. I'm working on it, dog. Pete, dog. Hey, man. I'm working on it. They keep us struggling, so we're scared to have kids. I ain't scared to have none. I mean, at first I was like, in my 20s, I was like, I'm trying to build this certain type of lifestyle for my child before my child comes in this world. I was like, that's what they want you to get caught up in. They want you to get caught up in building a lifestyle and then once you do the lifestyle, then it's like, well, I don't know if I'm gonna have time for you, or I don't want no kids because blah 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 got kids and they bad. And then it comes to all of these different things. So I was like, man, I'm gonna have to let me go ahead and get it in. All that lifestyle talk, I can get that with my children. But the seed gotta be here. They try with love, exactly. It's hard with kids. I have 3. Believe me, I got 3 too, man. It's tough with a 4th one on the way. So I get it. Believe me, I get it. But same thing I tell y'all, same thing. My oldest, he'll come on my live and be listening. Same thing I teach him in everyday things, because I know I don't get the opportunity to homeschool him, so I gotta teach him when I got the chance to in between the time. Got to. Yeah, got to. Like I tell my wife, we put our hands in the Most High, the source of all things that created all things. At the end of the day, we have favor. So we can't be worried about what other people be worried about, and we can't be missing out on our blessings because we want to be hearkening our heart to somebody that could be leading us astray, that Satan can be using through their thoughts and through their words and all of these different things. That person might not even be real. That might be a person that just appeared for that time and then gone. We have no idea how these things really be working when it comes to the Most High, because a vision can seem real. What you think astral projection is? We think we talking about out of body, but we talking about an out of body vision. We not talking about an out of body thing where, in a sense, come on, man. How I know? Because I done had these visions before and felt out of body. And you can feel the physicalness from it, but it's still a vision. It's still a vision. It's still a dream. You still wake up back in your body. Yeah, I'm in it. I got the 4, I don't know, but if I have a little baby girl, it's over with. I'll tell you that right now. She gonna really bring forth the nation. She gonna really bring forth the nation. Because if you see it in all scriptures, according to this spirituality, the Christian spirituality, all the women brought forth nations. The men is how they kept track of the nation. Peep game. Peep game. Women brought forth the nation. Women, multiple women. Right? Women bring forth the nation. Right? The patriarch keeps track of it. And then you can flip it either way. But women bring forth nations. Why? Because they do. They the ones that's usually, if someone is at home or homeschooling, it's usually the wife. But me, I like to do this type of stuff. So I'll be wanting to homeschool the kids. My wife, she more on the other tip. So, but that's who bring forth the nations, the families. It's both of them together, the duality in it. And then seeing the Trinity come together once one is added to it. Right? And it's still mathematical, in a sense. So, not even in a sense, it's still mathematical. Interdimension mathematics. We ain't talking about extreme mathematics because we ain't in no solar system. Right? We ain't in no solar system. We is in an interdimensional place. And everything around us is telling me that. Interdimensional, meaning everything is within itself. That's why the heaven, that's why we ain't got the eyes to see the heavens that's within the earth. We can't look up and see the heavens like Adam and Eve once did when they was in the Garden of Eden. They can't look in the wafer sea, the crystal sea that tastes like wafers. You can't see through the crystal sea because it's clear and see the depths of the earth, seeing that you are above the land of Eden, dwelling in the Garden of Eden, that you are in another place. You are in a different dimension. That's what we're dealing with. That's why this is designed to be a spirituality, not a religion. That's why they changed the name from angels to aliens. It's the same thing. Yeah, soon it'll be like that. And that's the great part about it, because we are only to endure this for 5 days and a half, which represent 5,000 years and 500. That's how we know they manipulating time again. That's why they want to put all these millions and millions of years on it, so they can throw off the time. That's why I say time is divine. Time is divine, but man can manipulate it. Let's just be real. What is the manipulation of time? Let's go back into it according to the spirituality of Christianity. All right. What is when man does these things and constructs these things? What are they committing? They're committing iniquity. They're bending or distorting what is good. What is good? Let's see. Let's go back into Genesis and see what's good. Real quick. I ain't really want to get too crazy again because I know how I am, but this is see what's good. This is see. It said, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and the darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw that the light, that it was what? Good. And God delighted the light from the darkness. Everything in the beginning that God created, he saw that it was what? Good. So now we see iniquity in its ultimate form is going against what God has ordained is good. So men are committing iniquity when they be saying these things, when we be out here doing these things. They're distorting the information. They're distorting the time. So what? Things that were meant to be in place for good, they are what? Bending it or distorting it. So they are committing iniquity now. And they are what? From committing iniquity, they are fracturing the relationship, and now they are committing what? Transgressions. Come on, man. We here for it. I'm telling you, that's what it is. But some people know it is, and some people don't know. And that's just tough. It's just tough. And what's crazy is that it's just tough, man. It's it's tough. It's tough. And what's crazy is these other spiritualities be telling you the same thing. They be telling you exactly the same thing and then throw you off with some other mumbo jumbo. Excuse me. Yeah, Genesis, that was just literally the first page. I just started going through that, and everything that God created in that chapter, it said it was good. Then you come back to iniquity, it said distort what is good. It didn't say great. It didn't say what is great or what is okay. It say no, what is good. That's very specific. All right? Because it's just like when I was out there coaching the other day, I say, man, good job. The other coach said, man, I need done great. I need a great job. So it's a difference. All right. So they out here doing their job. That's all I can say. They out here doing exactly what the Most High has granted them to do, allowed them to do. Because once you start diving into this spirituality, you start to see that I get it. Like, I genuinely get it studying the Christian spirituality as the parables are explaining certain things. Like, I get why Esau was mad at Jacob. Like, it makes sense. Like, bro, you got me twice. Not once, but twice. The first time you got me, they like to say it's for some porridge. No, it wasn't for no porridge. Esau had just killed Nimrod and took the clothes of Nimrod for what Adam wore. And then ran to Jacob. It was like, bro, it's over for me. Bro, they gonna come and kill me, bro. I done killed this dude. I done killed Granddaddy Nimrod, bro. And Jacob, being the wise man that he was at the time, of the wise teenager, he was like, bro, look, I won't tell nobody, but you got to give me your birthright, bro, straight up. Be honest with you. Like, you went out here and did some dumb shit. Excuse my language. You went out here and did something you had no business doing. It was ordained for you to do this. But me, I'm going to use my wisdom and do what it was ordained for me to do, and I'm going to get you about that birthright, though. We going to keep it on the low, but I'm going to get you about that birthright, though. And then Jacob and his mama finessed the daddy when he lost his sight. Can you blame Esau for being mad for getting finessed 2 times? I think that's a rapper, ain't it? Finessed 2 times? So can we blame Esau for being mad at his brother for finessing him 2 times? Going behind his back? Because we got to understand how important a blessing was from your father and the inheritance from your father. Not only that, the blessings and then the birthright. Exactly. It was already written, but we gotta. Oh, thank you, appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right. So we see. Oh, that's the boss man. Hey, man, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you, God, man. I always be on your lives and stuff. I appreciate you. I got excited, man. I was a fan for a minute. I appreciate that. All right. So as we just sit here and meditate on this information, we can start to see things for what it is. That's scripture, period. Yeah, that's scripture, period. But the thing about scripture is designed to be transparent. It's designed to show a reflection, right? So we can actually see this in real time today. That's what the scripture is meant for. It's meant to be a reflection. It's meant to be transparent. It's meant to be in real time and in the past. Why? Because it's supposed to be everlasting. Like, even we get confused with scripture sometimes, right? Precept upon precept. What we did tonight, we did information upon information. We did text upon text. We did lie upon lie. Because the only way we get the truth is from a lie, because the truth is the truth. Okay? So, like I say, man, it's discernment. It's discernment in a lot of these different areas. And we gotta have that discernment. And we gotta have the universal laws, because the Most High wouldn't put universal laws in it to break it. Right? Every truth is half truth. So you gotta have discernment. That's universal. Right? Law of polarity. Right? The law of cause and effect. Everything is mental. These things are established for a reason. Not because people just want to just make up some stuff. That's half of it. That's the 50-50. That's half of it. But then you got the half of it that people are actually putting in to play on behalf of the Most High. Okay? I don't know, man. That might be my little rant for tonight. What are we talking about in here in the comments? Let me see what you see. 104,000 is the nervous system, that electricity. So when we talk about all of this stuff, see, those are different spiritualities that we talk about in different perspectives. See, the great part about it is what? Is that is what's transparent. That is what is transparent to give us a confirmation that the 144,000 matters, right? In either way, in the physical form, in the spiritual form, and as we said, even in the bodily function form. So at the end of the day, the 144,000, which adds up to be 9, and 9 is divine, matters. So if we see it, what we say, this is my thing. Truth is consistent. So truth will always be consistent. So if we see a certain number popping up, not only in one religion or spirituality, but it's popping up in several, that's a number we need to identify. That's a number we need to start, okay, what is the truth in this number through these spiritualities? But while I'm looking through these spiritualities, I'm looking for the adjectives and the adverbs that's bringing these spiritualities together so I can find a consistent truth within. Hey, I appreciate it, Mike. I really do. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's 2:30, man. It's late. Y'all gonna have me keep pushing. I love talking about it. I really do. But that's just my perspective. That's how I'm coming on. It's meditating. Like I say, you gotta have ears for it. You gotta have eyes. You gotta have a mouth to speak. But you gotta make that choice to do it. It's like the ones that's tapping into the force. They out here moving the doors with their energy and they chi, and they doing all of these different things, right? You have to be willing to open yourself up in order to receive the knowledge, and then don't shun the information away. We cannot shun information away. We got to be willing to, we don't have to agree with it, but we can accept it in order to expand on it. Okay? The thing is, we don't have to agree in order to unify. We don't have to agree in order to unify. That's the awesome part about it. You can feel how you want to feel. You can think how you want to think. Believe how you want to believe. But we can still be unified in a common goal, on common ground, on common land. Right? So, for the next one. So, I'll discuss about the next topic that we're going to be going on later on today. If you missed Noah's flood verse, the mud floods, I went into it. We got some great confirmations. I'll be posting this video on YouTube, okay? We went over also landmarks of the floods with the gopher wood, and then we also have Thoth coming from the west, are going toward where the sun rises when the waters arose above the great temple in the Emerald Tablets. Then we got Noah, and then we also got the Tartarian mud floods. Okay, so we was putting those in perspective, but then our landmarks was the children of Atlantis, or the children of the sun, as they claim to be. They came from the west, and then you have gopher wood, which gopher wood is only indigenous to small areas on the East Coast. Okay, so now we got landmarks. Okay, not only did we get landmarks, we also got the reason for the flood, and we got who was bringing up these reasons why the Most High had to flood the place to begin with. Okay, I appreciate that, Ryan. All right, is that Raylan? All right, Rylan. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. All right. So we connected all of that. Okay, and we seen how literally Sumer, the Mesopotamian first civilization, according to Google, was formed through scripture, literally through scripture. All right, and that was the other way we confirmed that there was a flood, because a king of this ancient civilization, which was before the flood, according to Google, not me, who is Gilgamesh, and you got a book written by Gilgamesh, said he had to take refuge for 40 days and 40 nights because of the rain. Okay. So not only that, we even went into the gods that they were talking about in these ancient civilizations, which were the Anunnaki. And how this whole Anunnaki story came about. Right? How it was created. Yeah, I'm going to say it. It's the possibility that it was created out here, just like everything else. See, it's a possibility. Just throw it in the ballpark. Why not? You know? So that was the recap. We went into all of that. And so tomorrow we'll be going in on Abraham. Well, we'll be going into the generation of Noah, understanding how the seed that was the spiritual seed, how it found his way into one of the seeds of Noah, and then how it started corrupting again. And then also we're gonna go into Abraham, okay, and understanding the backstory of Abraham as how it deals in the spirituality of Christianity. Because now, instead of it supposed to be being the original Adamic spirituality or the biblical spirituality of Adam, right? It's become the Abrahamic religion and Isaac and Jacob, but y'all forgot about Adam pre-flood. All right, we forgot about Adam pre-flood, why the Christ prophecies even exist in the first place. Okay, why the Christ prophecies exist in the first place. All right, so we're gonna be going into that, and then I might tap into Israel, the whole spirituality behind that, how Jacob got his name changed, why these people was even chosen in the first place, because it's key. Because I'm gonna give you a little hint. Abraham and Isaac and I believe Jacob, they all got pre-flood knowledge. That's key to understand, that they all got pre-flood knowledge. So we're gonna break that down and see who they was getting it from and where these people come from. All right, so that's gonna be big. One other thing that I did want to say for everybody that's on, y'all finna get a gem. It was, the flood was not caused strictly by the rain. I don't think I went in there. Appreciate it. Okay, I don't think I went into it. The floods was opened up because the waters that are underneath the waters, they were opened up to flow. Okay, let's get this real quick. Okay, the seas and the oceans and the rivers overflowed. The rain ain't really caused too much. The rain was just like the sign. It was the sign that it was happening. But when we go and see, and these people are now discovering water underwater, there's a confirmation for you. It's a confirmation for you. Okay? When we see in water underwater, we getting confirmations now. When it says the seas within the seas was let loose. And then we see giant whirlpools. You see like things like the Bermuda Triangle to help keep the seas and the oceans at bay from taking over the land again. All right? They talk about global warming, whole bunch of the flooding and stuff. Yeah, it can be flash floods and all this. Don't get me wrong. But as in flooding the whole earth, I don't know. It's a lot of water that's still at bay right now. The bubble opened its gates. The bubble opened its gates. So, but it was from beneath the waters. That was the crazy part. It was literally from beneath the waters. So that was like, wow. So we got water just gushing out of the ocean. That'd be real. That'll be weird. It'd be raining for a few hours, but the water all the way up to your hips. Oh no. Something is different with this rain. It's about 10 inches of rain going on right now. So it was a fun night. I appreciate y'all tonight. We're going to keep this thing going. Like I said, every 30 days, we're going to be going into a different spirituality, but we're going to be comparing it to the other spiritualities that we have already went over. Right? I just learned from a friend of mine on here that also reads. He's also he's a TikTok friend, a social friend, not somebody I talk to actually. And he a Freemason. He was putting me on game that the Quran confirms the Tanakh, which is all the Old Testament scriptures put into actual order and put. So it's like as we doing this Christianity spirituality, we can tap into the Islamic spirituality. But I'm trying to see how I want to best do that. Because I ain't really got to do it, to be honest. I can just refer you to the person that already done it. Go to type Oob TV in your YouTube search and go have fun. Go have fun. Still use discernment. Still go out and listen to others or do your own due diligence. But go have fun with the information that's out here. Because it's going to help you get to or find some things that you want to find. So, other than that, I ain't got really too much, man. I'm going to just sit here. Y'all, if y'all got any questions or something that y'all was wondering about something that I said, I know if y'all was in here during this time, and we've been on for about 3 hours almost, y'all please ask questions. If you just jumping in here, ask a question. All scriptures is looking for the same thing, exactly. That's why in this journey, like I was telling everyone earlier, is that having that relationship with the Most High, source of all things, the creator of all things, right? The reason why this is, it's important because on a spiritual journey, it can get lonely because you can get, it's not that you get lost, but you're seeking. And within seeking, you can get lost when you're seeking for a treasure. If you don't know the exact point, your map, half your map ripped, so you got to find the other half of the map to put that together to get on this journey. And when you find someone, or not find someone, but when you tap into source and you start getting rid of these middlemen, right? And we tap into source, we start to realize that we are not held back by anything. We can get into all these spiritualities because it was designed for us to be in the spirit, to have a spiritual sense about us without any idols. Because if we don't put the idols there, the spirituality now becomes information for us to put together. All right? It becomes something that we can give thanks to the one that even created the other gods, or that created the being that put thoughts into people's head to create other gods to go against the God that created him or them. That's what I'm talking about. No matter, I'm talking about the source that created the negative and the positive duality. All right? So having a relationship with an unseen is what's tangible, because we know that all tangible things are all earthly things, materialistic things must be left to what? The material realm, the earthly realm, this density realm, the matter realm. We must leave it behind. So the only thing that we can take that's tangible with us is what? Our relationship in the unseen with source. Heart center, you hit it. All right? But you got to be coming from the heart. All right? You got to be coming from the heart. And one thing that we going to get into when we get into the chakras and everything and according to, those different spiritualities that dwell in the chakra, we're going to find out that our chakras are even dual, meaning that there's a dark and a light side to each chakra. So you can be in the heart chakra, but you can be vibrating low. In the book that we get that from, that I got on hand, where you at? There you go. I went over it another night, but I never reposted the video or anything. What we're going to be tapping into it is the energy codes. Okay? It's the energy codes. So, but those are things that's going to come. It's a lot in store. It's a lot of information. It's some people already out here that's on this information, possibly just explaining it differently. It's a plethora of people that's doing the work that they were designed to do by the one who designed them to do it. So don't be shunned by the information, even if they're trying to tell you a lie. Listen to the lie. It's okay. Listen to the lie. Because out the lie, you're going to find out the truth. I ain't going to sit here and say I promise you, But hey, I'm just gonna sit there. I'm just gonna say, try it. Question everything. Don't be shy about questioning nothing. These people, like I say, man, Satan is a mug in the book of Adam and Eve. He deceived Jinan. He didn't even deceive Jinan. It says he entered Jinan from a childhood. And how do they enter from a childhood? How do these things happen with technology? They deceive us through our imagination, our thoughts that leads to our heart. Okay? And that's a trinity for you. I didn't say it. That was in the book of Genesis chapter 6. I think verse 6. They had men of renown. And they did what? Wicked things. And their imagination and their thoughts are in their hearts. And continually doing wickedness. So how we are being attacked is through our imagination, thoughts, and that's leading to our hearts. Some of us, like we say, that heart chakra, right? That can be manipulated. These chakras, these energy points can be manipulated. These are the sciences that were being taught to some of these ancient civilizations, but not giving the Most High credit. So then they are committing what? Iniquity. They are committing transgression, iniquity. They're distorting the truth. They're distorting what's good. They committing transgression. They fracturing their relationship with the Most High. Because how we know this? Because Cain knew of the Most High. So the children of Cain knew of the Most High. And then it tells us that Jinan taught them things that they did not know. Not only did he teach them things that they did not know, he had them doing things that they did not know. And then you go back to the book of Enoch, and Uriel confirms what he's doing, or telling you basically what's going on, that how they're setting up and defiling man to sacrifice to demons, which they considered as gods. Plural, with an S on that boy. So that's telling us what? That's a polytheistic religion. And then Sumerian culture, it relates that. And then you look up, well, what was the gods of the Sumerian culture? The Anunnaki. Whoa. What's going on here, buddy? So we just reading the walls of some ancient civilization, not knowing what seed they come from. We just gonna take their word because they got it written in a stone tablet. Okay, they had stone back then. We got paper now. What's the difference? The material. That's it. You can still be lied to on stone, just like you can be lied to on paper. That's the crazy part about this. And that's what I mean by common sense. These people be looking good. They be looking rich, sunglasses on, bow tie, that little hat on, moon sign, crescent, all of this, looking good. And I take information from them. This is how I come to this point. This is how I got here, by listening to these people. Listening. Sometimes conforming. I'm just being real. But it's always something that ain't sitting right. I don't feel like, I keep the relationship with Source. That's why I keep the relationship with Source. And meditate in it every day. Pray every day and meditate every day. Continually. Because these people out here doing wickedness continually. So you ain't keeping yourself wrapped up. If you ain't keeping your energy protected, that stuff matters. I was getting a TikTok last year on protecting your energy and got into a full car accident. I didn't hit nobody. Somebody came behind me and hit me. But I was protecting my energy, so I got a little tap and got paid for just a little tap and got a new back piece to my bumper. And I low-key finessed the game. My bumper was already messed up for some other stuff. I said, yeah, that don't happen in an accident. Let's go. Shit. I like Abraham lied. That's my sister. Y'all ain't finna kill me over my wife. But I look like. Protect my energy. But we'll get into that, like I said, tomorrow. All right, and that's just going to one thing. So I'm ranting right now, y'all, because it's about that time. I ain't really going into nothing. So if you want me to go into the scholarship work, come in tomorrow, 10:10. I will be on time tomorrow. We'll make sure. And we gonna get it in. But I still got a little bit of this left, so everything good inside. Yep. Seafood got level 72 and said it never ends. All scripture is looking for the same thing. So, man, we right on it. We right on it. Well, I appreciate y'all in the comments. I appreciate y'all in the live tonight. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me, especially the ones that's been in here an hour plus. It's been a doozy. I appreciate the love. Appreciate it, Miss Williams. All right. It's an honor to be here with y'all, to be completely honest, because I didn't know how long it was going to be for me to be just holding back and just sharing other people's information and not really being able to come with it in the sense of breaking this stuff down. But it was a lot that I still had to learn. It was a lot of downloads that I still had to get to and everything, man. It was a lot of people that I had to listen to. It was a lot of things that had to transpire. So everything had to play its way out. So now it's the time to go ahead and start speaking on this stuff and bringing these things to light and connecting the dots for everybody. And not only that, but making it make sense through common sense. Because a lot of people don't make it make sense through common sense. Like even when they bring it, like I'm doing, like even with Google, they bring up the pictures and everything, it still don't make, like it sounds so good, you ain't gonna think about the common sense behind it. Right? You ain't gonna think about the common sense behind it. Because a lot of people don't want to get to the root. Like we out, like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, the planet Kai, but then we go look up and see the goddess Kai and what she represented. But not only that, it was the same as Hansura, which was the goddess of the mountains. And it's like, does the earth and mountain mean the same thing? Maybe in a language, maybe in their language, because it has the same symbol. But in our language, no, it don't mean the same thing. And some people want to discredit English, but English is here to help you decipher through these lies. Put y'all on game real quick. You talking about spells, you talking about magic and all this, the power of life and death through the tongue. It's a reason why we speak in this language. We think these people doing it because they want to be evil. No, a lot of these evil things that are going on is orchestrated and ordained by the Most High. How do we know this? Because when the children of men come together, who else comes? Satan. What he say he doing? Always roaming, trolling through earth, trying to see who I can devour and destroy through what? The imagination, thoughts, and get to their hearts. And what do Satan do when they come together? He asks permission to do things. Look what happened to Job. Look what happened to Abraham. When they were all called, he had, hey, let me get down here and do this. That's why I say he has authority, but it is given to him by the authority. That's what we gotta understand. I am the good and the evil. I am the light and the dark. I am Moses. Who shall I say who sent me? I am that I am. I ain't making this stuff up. It's according to the Christianity spirituality. Because when I get into these other spiritualities, I'm gonna be basically saying the same thing, but according to what the other spirituality want to say and how they want to put it, and what law they want to classify it. That's all the difference. So, but that's just me. That's just me ranting again, y'all. My fault. But if y'all enjoying it, y'all tap that screen. I'm about to get out of here now. For real on y'all. All right. It was a pleasure. It really was. I appreciate y'all for all the love. Like I said, it's always an honor. We on tomorrow 10:10. If y'all want to check out those first 2 videos from lives from earlier this week, they're on my YouTube channel. Y'all can get it there in the link in the bio. Other than that, we out. We are out. Peace, love, and light. And I'm going to work on other landmarks and other landmarks that we can get. Uh-oh. other landmarks. Oh, there we go. Other landmarks that we can get according to possible scriptures, possible other spiritualities and different things like that in religions. We just going to keep tapping in. So, all right, y'all. Peace, love, and life. Peace, love, and light. I will see y'all in the next one.